developments for us along that stretch of the road there around Greyston. As you may be aware, some of those routes will be significantly impacted as some of those global leaders make their way to the Nasrec Expo Center. And this is where day two of the G20 Leaders Summit will be taking place. And we continue with reflections and discussions right here in studio. Now joining us, SABC News US correspondent Showan Bryce Peace. And, Showan, lots has happened as a build-up to this moment. But also, most importantly, we were just talking about those declarations that were adopted with a consensus, right? Even before lunchtime yesterday. Did it come as a surprise for you?
Never mind before lunchtime. It was in the opening statement by the president the minute this event started.
Yeah.
And if you look at some of the media coverage in Polisi, I think it was News 24 that had a headline that said masterful Ramaphosa, or and that's been the broad consensus. A master class, a master stroke from President Ramaphosa, the South African team. And in our conversation with Vincent Magwenya, the president's spokesperson yesterday, it sounded like they plotted that move, that mic drop moment, right, where the president was concluding his opening remarks and then forgetting, which I'm not sure they forgot.
Yeah.
I think it was kind of a moment to send a message that look how quickly we've been able to get consensus under our presidency. You thought we were going to be fighting here until the last. The narrative we got from officials was that 80% of the negotiations had been decided under the Sherpa process, and then there would be 20% left to the leaders. That didn't happen. There was no 20% left outstanding. It seemed that there was a consensus. Yes, Argentina objected to certain language about the Middle East. I believe some language around gender equity, about how to with the process. So I think that you're going to see a lot of South African officials in this concluding day have a little bit of a bump in their, a kick in their step, a bounce in their step, because they've really worked hard. They've worked hard in Polisi to engage with the United States at all levels. The United States has repudiated the process, disassociated with the process. So we're waiting to see what the US reaction is going to be, right? We talk about the elephant that's in. The elephant is not in the room, but the elephant still has to sound its trumpet.
And the thing is, we've been sailing on uncharted waters in a way, if you look at this. And just moving forward now, what does this mean for the G20 community? I mean, my panelists here were just saying they feel like some voices might just be muted come next year. And one analyst even said, I think he encapsulated it well, the audition to be part of Trump's party. What does this now mean, just going in?
I mean, we were in uncharted waters by the disassociation by the United States. This was an anomaly. This is not normal when a country says, I'm not going to participate, based on nefarious misinformation around a fictitious genocide that isn't happening in South Africa, fictitious land grabs. Yes, South Africa has a crime problem that affects all races. We're all probably experience some sort of criminality, and even our lives. We're not denying that, but and as journalists, our responsibility would be to report on a genocide were it to be happening. So we're certainly not ignoring it, right? So that has been the confusion. But I want to read you, to your point. You're actually talking about what the future in terms of uncharted waters looks like. Read the concluding paragraphs of the Leaders' Declaration. I'm going to read it to you if I may. We reiterate our commitment to the G20 as the premier forum for international cooperation. On the basis of consensus, with all members participating on an equal footing in all its events, including summits, in accordance with international obligations. Last paragraph of the declaration. We thank South Africa for its leadership this year. We commit to working together under the United States presidency in 2026 and meeting again in the United Kingdom in 2027 and in the Republic of Korea in 2028. We welcome Saudi Arabia's ambition to advance its turn for hosting the G20 presidency in the next cycle. We thank South Africa for its leadership, and we commit to working together under the United States presidency. They don't say we look forward to meeting, which is interesting language that all these leaders have adopted.
Business as usual, keep it moving.
But they're saying, but we recognize, we're open, but we don't know what's going to happen under this leadership. It's sort of, they're taking a wait-and-see approach, but they're saying, but then we'll see you in UK.
Yeah.
Which is strange language, don't you agree?
Yeah, but wouldn't you also say, this also speaks to, the resolve that they took, that they're saying, look, things will continue, whether you're part of the party or not.
Yeah, and I think the majority of countries around, the Republican Party is the only party in the world that does not, major party in the world, that doesn't recognize the prevalence of climate change. Is it a hoax, is it not? I'm not saying all Republicans believe that, but as a policy, to still be having, as a policy in a party, to still be having that kind of debate when the science has been unequivocal that climate change is real, it's here, it's creating. I mean, they're talking about disaster risk reduction, right, because of the impacts of climate change. And so what there has been is a recognition, as Ronald Lamola said, we need to find ways as a global community to move forward with or without the United States. And so, yes, we welcome U.S. engagement. We want them at the table on an equal footing, but we're all sovereign states and we have to engage in a respectful manner. Argentina came and objected. They objected in a respectful way. We don't have to agree on everything. Yeah. Sovereignty doesn't mean you and I need to agree on everything. It means we must engage in a respectful way where you acknowledge who I am, I acknowledge who you are. Maybe and that engagement fosters a sustainability, collaboration, solidarity. I mean, the theme of the conference. And I think what South Africa has led here in opposition, or from the opposition despite the opposition of the United States, really managed to craft a document that will be very historic, because it was here in Africa. It is Africa's summit declaration. The question now becomes, how do they implement to ensure that Africa can rise in this moment? Critical minerals is a big discussion today. How do you ensure that critical minerals that are under our feet across the continent is not going to be usurped from countries coming in? Are African countries as a collective going to work together to ensure that the benefits from those raw materials that are essential to the artificial intelligence that we all know is coming, are we going to capitalize on that by working together, or are you going to have countries coming in, as they've done in the past, and take things out and then no benefit comes to the communities?
And I think it was also one guest yesterday that said, something more along the lines of the US may not be here, but they certainly watching what is happening and looking at that handover ceremony, which we're told right now may not even happen. There's much that has been said around that. What have you been hearing around that front?
I have asked for answers from the United States. I've reached out to the embassy. We're waiting for some formal reaction from them. Let's give them some time. I think they're taking a minute here to absorb what has happened here, because they expected to have the charge d'affaires, and essentially the man in charge of the U.S. embassy, in the absence of an ambassador that has yet to be appointed. They wanted him to come and meet President Ramaphosa for that handover, which has been rejected as a breach of protocol by the South African delegation. But they have said that they will do a handover at DIRCO's offices at a later stage, but at the appropriate level. Ronald Lamola, the Minister of International Relations, told the media yesterday that this is a leader summit. This is a leader summit, and leaders, either a foreign minister or at least at some level, if you're going to have a handover, protocol demands that you have an appropriate designation if you're going to meet with the president.
I think the words he used were more along the lines of, it would be an insult if we had to divert away from that custom of having to hand over to another leader. And just also to bring it back to multilateralism, because President Ramaphosa spoke about it thoroughly during his opening address, and he said that multilateralism can work, right? Talk to us about that.
Multilateralism is a complicated thing, because the expectation around multilateralism is that you are going to solve problems if you come together and work together, right? That's the concept. What multilateralism teaches us is that if you do not work together, you are not going to solve the intractable problems. I mean, global economy, when the market crash happened in Asia, it affected all the world, which was the genesis of the G20 in the late 1990s. When the market crashed in the United States in 2007, it was the G20 that came as a collective to solve it. And so often multilateralism works when there's a crisis. And so the argument is that multilateralism needs to work, not because thousands are dying by the day because of climate change, but because we know that there's catastrophe coming and we need to plan for what we know to be true. So multilateralism doesn't mean you're going to solve everything all at once, but that engagement matters. That respectful engagement matters. And if you can get together a majority of countries that agree on something, you can still, despite opposition, effect change. So multilateralism is the basis of a functioning global community that is facing challenges: economic, climate, the SDGs, poverty, food security, life underwater, strong institutions, good governance, partnership. It's we work together. Doesn't mean you have to agree on everything, but at least have a conversation with us.
Yeah, and bringing it back now, to the bargaining power of all of these emerging economies. How will this particular declaration sort of like influence their bargaining power and how they navigate that maze?
It's a good question in the context of Africa as it pertains to the critical minerals.
Yeah.
Because if countries are going to individually create deals, it's going to be complicated, because who are you making deals with? Is it the United States making a deal with the DRC as they are being a mediator between Rwanda? I mean, I've heard things about that. The concern about this outcome document is that Africa has not got a common position yet on how it is actually going to process these minerals. I mean, you don't want one country doing one thing and another pulling in another direction. So a consensus on how the link between the critical minerals and economic prosperity for Africa as a region, but individual African countries, is going to be key. And South Africa is going to have to continue this process beyond. Remember, the road. It's going to become an all-society approach. And remember what Vincent told me yesterday. He talked about this is not just a government declaration. Yeah. Civil society has been engaged, business has been engaged, the intellectuals have been engaged. The list goes on about engagement. So he says this is everybody's G20 declaration, and so everybody has to keep each other accountable.
Right, Thomas, thank you so much for your time and insights. Great chatting as always. That's SABC News US correspondent and Bryce Peace joining us there. Here's a quick break. Back with you straight. Stay with us. live to you from the hustle and bustle of the Nasrec Expo Center, and this is where day 2 of the G20 Leaders Summit gets underway today. Welcome back. Thank you so much for staying with us as we continue to unpack and also just give you a focus on everything that has been said and done so far under this roof. And let's bring in my guests now that join me to further this discussion around what this particular moment means for the African continent. And I'm now joined by Michael Mbewe, who's Channel Africa's international journalist, as well as Dr. Telela Nqetani, who's of course joining us now for a conversation. I must thank you so much for your time, Doc. Thank you so much, Michael. You know, this is a very important time, and around this, as a build-up to this moment, we've been hearing conversations on end on how we need solutions for Africa, how we need African solutions to African problems. But we've seen an entire global community converge and come together to say we'll be having it in discussion, we'll be reflecting together to find and chart a way forward. Doc, let's hear from you and let's get your reflections around what this moment means for the African continent in particular when we look at some of those declarations that were adopted with a consensus. Talk to us about that.
Yes, good morning everyone, and it's really been a wonderful 2 days at least, but we must also hasten to say these 2 days has been a culmination of the work that has been done, about 130 plus committees over the course of the year since South Africa. This moment has really been important for Africa, and one of the things we must commend with President Ramaphosa and his team, he really postcharted this G20 as an G20, first on the African soil, but South Africa understood the significance of sharing that stage with the fellow brothers and sisters across the continent. So it's important. Things that have emerged that could benefit Africa. Of course, these things would need Africans to also engage through platforms within the AU and also alluded to, its success
council. That's it. So, and then it's a continent of 1.4 billion people. Imagine if who can touch us?
Yeah.
So if we are united and bring our agenda in a unison, in a uniform way, but also the policies that we are implementing, the policies of our governance, like you said, in our governance, so that we are able to achieve the goals that we have put for our people, because this is people-centric. We saw social events also taking part in this G20, which signifies that this is a people-centric G20.
Yeah.
Moving on, the issue about beneficiation. The Global South, together with Africa, is pushing for so many times we have been suppliers policy. They come, they extract, they go. And they go refine, they bring it back. So the value, you find that the value of extracting is 10 billion, but the value of beneficiation, added value, is 80 billion. So who is the big brother? So Africa is saying no. Today, you dig, you extract. At the same point, we need to benefit our own people. So it's encouraging to see that the African leaders came together and really rallied behind President Cyril Ramaphosa. So we'll see how this will be implemented, because it's very key.
Yeah.
We see the conflicts that are ravaging, and these are conflicts that are fueled by these critical minerals. We see the conflicts that are happening in the DRC now, in Sudan, in the Sahel. So all these behind the scenes is critical minerals. So you have cartels that are running there. So if we will have a framework that can also provide security to these wealthy benefits. In South Africa also we are dealing with illegal mining. So these are the issues that really have to be taken forward whenever by our leaders in Africa, whenever they're having these, big stages, especially also at the United Nations policy.
Yeah, and I like that you mentioned that element of being people-centric, which is also a critical element of what we're all about today, as we're also having this conversation, which is exactly why we're also inviting our viewers today on the program to get in touch with us, and they can call us today on this very platform on 011-714-0677 or 0679. That's 011-714-0677 or 0679. Look, we are looking forward to hearing from you. Beaming to you now, images of President Cyril Ramaphosa sharing a moment there with some of the other heads of state here in attendance. I'm seeing from India as well there, Narendra Modi just exchanging a moment there. This is happening somewhere in the building that we are at right now. And witnessing all of these moments, dear esteemed panelists, signals something of greatness, right? It signals something of the Africa's time that we've been talking about, that is now. And we've been talking, Doc, as well around some of these declarations and recommendations that are usually made on end. However, there's a stumbling block, and that stumbling block comes with the implementation of those recommendations, which sometimes you see that there is a willingness, but clearly not enough. Talk to us about that.
And the complication about these global bodies, is that in their architecture, just their foundational
the mic, sorry.
Sorry, their foundational architecture, is that you need serious political will and commitments, because they are non-binding.
Yes.
But they carry a lot of weight, make no mistake. And I wanted also to comment, by the way, on our beaming president, and when that visual, which was powerful, with the president of India and also President Lula from Brazil.
Brazil, yes.
And it must be nice feeling for him to be surrounded also by those coming from the BRICS bloc.
Yeah, powerhouses.
Yes, friends of South Africa. So I was just looking, and you can see the body language. I mean, you're amongst friends and those you trust. So you're right about implementation. And this is why I think many were concerned, if you like, about the absence of the United States, because the overarching view was that to what extent would then the declaration that would be coming from this G20 would hold, given the power that the United States leverages, at least across the globe. But if we are to get any lesson from this G20, maybe South Africa has gifted the world, is that we can continue, even in spite of some, push back, if you like, from a member state, because there was also this understanding, I thought, that people thought you couldn't reach a declaration with the absence of the United States. But in terms of the G20 framework, you could, because you are collaborating. You've got other member states. They're here, whether they've delegated. So implementation is going to be a challenge. But if we're sitting on the African continent, I would imagine that our leaders need a post-mortem reflection of the G20. And looking at the declaration of the G20 and what South Africa has done to extend the hand to fellow Africans, maybe African leaders should be asking themselves this question: where to from now? That question must occupy them, because you don't want a declaration with critical decisions, but you don't leverage on it. And I'm hoping that our leaders can do that. And I mean, there are decisions here on debt relief that has got serious implications for us as a continent, given the lending and sometimes high interest rates that come with it on the global institutions like your IMF. And I thought, and also decisions on disaster. The continent has been going through those. So there's a lot. It's not only the critical mineral, but there's quite a lot that we could maybe lean on. But I'm still of the view, because I'm fundamentally an Africanist, I'm of the view that African leaders need to really consolidate. We're known for fragmentation. We're known for issues in the ECOWAS region. We are known for issues in SADC, North and the Eastern. But maybe this moment right now, this one right now, the one that we showed the world, we could hold an event even when a major powerhouse was not available. And in a way, maybe we gifted the world something. Who knows? It could be a reconfiguration. But within that context, can you please do some implementation? But if they are to do effective, you see, implementation, they need to sit around the table.
And one of those gifts that we gave to the world was the gift of humanity. That's something we certainly gifted the rest of the world with this summit.
I just want to pick up, where the good talk. Look at the theme: solidarity, equality, and sustainability. So with solidarity, it means we can create an inclusive future centered on people. Solidarity will allow us to develop our societies in a way that reflects our shared humanity, in our interconnectedness. The challenges faced by one nation impacts all nations. So by promoting equality, we strive to ensure that fair treatment and equal opportunities in all our race, be it race regardless of economic status, race, gender, geographic location. Sustainability, it involves meeting the needs of the present, without compromising the ability of the future. You have kids. The good dog have kids. We have to preserve the planet for those who are coming, in the future. But also equality, like my leader here emphasized, that we are fragmented. So equality, because of the poverty that we have, the wealth is concentrated on a few, and then it's time now to say, how are we going now to distribute that to those who, are really at the bottom?
Evenly so.
Absolutely.
And also,
and if I may, one of the critical outcomes of this G20 commission that we must really, really underscore is that report commissioned by the president on inequality. And you see the significance of that report apart from the data that comes from it, apart from the fact that it has been conducted by high esteemed economists across the globe. But there's a critical moral element that we are not overly emphasizing. And what is it? South Africa, given all the history, all of us in the continent, the colonial history, in the case of South Africa, in addition, the apartheid history, really who in the world could have that moral authority to commission a report on equality? The very country that has got the highest, I mean, we're known for being the most unequal country in the world, but we are learning in that report that not only inequality is a South African problem, it is a problem across the globe. So I thought it's one of the gifts that this G20, apart from obviously the report on debt relief, we're not underplaying it, there's significance. But that equality report, I think is the song we must keep singing.
Yeah.
Because it talks to us, and solidarity then comes to play. As Africans, we're literally being born, if you like, at the altar of solidarity as Africa. That's what we know. It's our language. And I thought that inequality report, really, we must give it its due. I was just really fascinated when I was reading it. I was like, boy, this is really good reporting. 1%. And you begin to realize those gaps, the 1%, the wealthiest, and that gap widens. And then you're dealing with investment in the continent. You're dealing with poverty. You're dealing with hunger. You're dealing with unemployment. I mean, the list is endless.
And gender-based violence to add on that.
Yes.
Yeah, gender-based violence too, that's correct, Mike. And Doc, we have to wrap it up now, but also just a quick one. I think Mike spoke thoroughly on it and how it would look like, or how things would be if, the African continent could maximize on its, AU seat in the G20. If we were to do that as the African continent, just what would the African landscape, in terms of the geopolitical optics, in terms of the economy also look like 5-10 years down the line? Would we have to be optimistic about it?
We have to be. But I would have put a caveat, and what would be that caveat? That the African Union has done progressive work over the time. There's no debate about that. And we also agree, there's a general consensus within the continent, given the work I do on the African Continental Free Trade, that trade agreement is one of the critical vehicles of doing trade amongst ourselves as Africans. But what I would then urge Africans is that within the AU mechanisms, strengthen your voice. You don't want to go to global bodies. What we have seen over the past decades, you go to global bodies, but you're very fragmented. You're not speaking in one voice. And the global communities then utilize that fragmentation to our disadvantage. And then the ones who are coming from West Africa against the ones who are coming from the South, and the ones who are coming from the North, they need to solidify their voice. The more united solidarity amongst Africans, the much we can do.
Trade and law expert Dr. Thelela Ngcethane Vika, as well as Channel Africa reporter Michael Mbewe, joining us in studio. I must thank you so much for your time on the program. It was certainly a great chatting. And of course, we continue with most of our conversations here as we give you a comprehensive wrap-up of everything that has transpired as a week, as a build-up to this moment yesterday, as well as how did we get to this moment. More analysis continues on the other side. Stay with us. So coming to you live from the Nasrec Expo Center, those are visuals there of the hustle and bustle coming from the floor there as we continue to make sense of it all for you as to how did we get to this moment. But most importantly, also, what does this moment mean for you as we continue to have conversations around Africa hosting one of the greatest events of all time, but most importantly, how those conversations continue to reverberate that Africa's time is now. Let's continue now with the conversation. We're now joined by SABC News' specialist correspondent on international affairs, and that's Sophie Mugwena, joins us now in studio. So, Sophie, thank you so much for your time. So, you know, we've been talking on end throughout the course of the morning around the declarations, but most importantly, how those declarations were adopted. It wasn't even, you know, before lunchtime yesterday that consensus being reached. You know, for you, what did that signal and what did it mean?
Well, I think for me, it was an indication that South Africa did its work in terms of lobbying.
Yeah.
Because these kinds of gatherings, you have to lobby people who will be participating so that come the day you host, most of the issues are able to go through. And therefore, we saw the president traveling a lot this year. And people were at times asking his in and out of the country. That was part of the preparations. You know that he had just returned from Asia, where he visited Malaysia, Indonesia, and Vietnam. It was part of lobbying those in Asia, you know, big countries, for support, but it didn't start there. You'd recall at some point in time, he was in the United Kingdom. I think it was last year, and also constantly engaging the Prime Minister of United Kingdom. France also engaging Macron, even on the margins of your your UN meetings, lobbying these two European countries that are so powerful and influential within the EU to support South Africa's theme of the G20. And therefore, it was a culmination of hard work. And it looks like South Africa was fully aware that they will have to double their efforts in terms of ensuring that you have a smooth G20.
Yeah, and there were many conversations, Sophie, around how there was a sense that this particular G20 was people-central and centric, you know, around people and their lived experiences. Case in point would be the president's closing statement at the social summit, for instance, saying that, you know, conversations were had about the lived realities of the people on the ground, and some of those declarations now are being brought forward to some of the leaders that were here today. Did you get a sense that that's exactly what it was all about?
Since the South group hosted the G20, starting with Indonesia.
Yeah.
There was intention to ensure that the summit does address the needs of the developing countries and the poorer nations. And then it was handed over to India, also South. The same approach, push for the South-South cooperation and development, and also developing countries and poorer nations. You hand over to Brazil. Brazil was even more intense. As you know, that President Lula, a socialist, a worker as party and a leader of workers before he becomes the president of Brazil in the previous term. So the agenda was of the developing South, poorer nations, which speaks to ordinary people. And that's when the summit was in Brazil. We saw a similar arrangement in those 130 meetings that involved ordinary people, interest groups, business, civil society, but also labor.
Yeah.
South Africa actually took a template from Brazil and continuity.
Yeah, and Sophie, much has been said about the elephant in the room, which was the participation of the US or a lack thereof. Much has been said around that, particularly when we look at those dynamics and what has happened during the course of the week. Do you get a sense now that we have this powerhouse that feels left out and that's of its own doing?
Well, I don't think so, but I think you have a wounded United States of America, because to see the G7 member countries supporting South Africa the way they did, even lobbying and encouraging those in the G20 to support South Africa, you feel like you are being betrayed, because remember, you have the G7 where you have these powerful nations, including the United States of America. And therefore, he is going to look at this and say, how do I make a comeback using the very same program of the G20 next year, as we know that America will take over. Whether there's a formal or informal handover, the reality is South Africa will cease to be the G20 leader today, and it will be the United States of America, starting with work in January. So he is going to find a way to make a comeback. America has already made a statement that they are going to streamline the G20, their approach. They're not going to have all these 133 meetings, a huge civil society meeting. They are going to focus on the core business of economics, because President Trump is a businessman, he's transactional, and therefore he is going to use that, and there will be a lot of noise around that.
Sophie, then does that not then murky the waters around the purpose of the G20, having to streamline it? Does it not then defeat the purpose of having a G20 summit with all of these voices? Does it not mean then that some of the voices will then be muted?
Remember when it was launched, it wasn't massive. And you look at the Africa report by former Minister Trevor Manuel, he has also raised concern around how the G20 has been broadened. And therefore, it's almost saying the same, statement. Yesterday I spoke to Ambassador Mabongo, who is the sous Sherpa. They received a report from a committee that was looking at the G20's success and failures after 20 years, since the heads of state became part of it. And therefore, the report recommends that it's too broad. You have to find a way, otherwise you lose focus. So you can see that he might want the G20 to be even thinner, but there's understanding that sometimes it's just all over.
And nonetheless, the conversations continue under this roof that we're at today, and there are some engagements we understand that are taking place between President Cyril Ramaphosa as well as President Lula of Brazil and President Narendra Modi as well. Talk to us about those conversations, because we do understand that those countries all enjoy great relations and cordial relations at it.
Yes, this formation is called IPSA, that's India, Brazil and South Africa. It's a small formation of countries of the South. When it started, the intention was to ensure that the countries of the South, they do speak in one voice at the multilateral forum. And therefore, the previous leaders like your Thabo Mbeki, your Lula, because at that time he was the president of Brazil, continued with that concept. And now the man in the room with institutional memory will be President Lula. So he's trying to encourage and mobilize his counterparts at government level, because with India, the head of government is a prime minister. Modi is a prime minister. To say how do we work together on trade, on political global challenges, and give support to each other. The coincidence there is that you have these three countries, members of IPSA, who are currently engaged in trade talks with the United States of America after the US imposed those hefty tariffs, and the three were affected. And therefore, they may touch on that to say you have a WTO, that is the World Trade Organization, that is supposed to help you guide your trade relations, global trade relations. You can't just wake up and impose tariffs, hefty tariffs, without using the trade system to arrive at your tariffs or whatever decision you take, so that whatever decision you take doesn't have a negative impact on the global economy. So I think they will also talk about that. On the political matters, I think the issue of peace and security will feature high with the war in Ukraine, the Middle East, that is Palestine, your Sudan, your DRC, and of course, your Cabo Delgado.
Yeah, and you know, as we just had this conversation around the US of A, I'm taken aback to a chat we had some 2-3 days ago where you said tourists will continue to flock to South Africa. Americans will be coming to South Africa to experience some of our attractions, such as your Cape Town, your Johannesburg, and to that effect, Sophie, there's just a statement that we got as well from the Gauteng province, which part of it reads, the G20 Leaders Summit is set to drive a record-breaking tourism arrivals and revenue for this festive season. And it says, as South Africa continues to showcase its prowess in global diplomatic and multilateral platforms, the Golden Province of Gauteng is set to receive a record-breaking tourism arrivals and spend this festive season. So this also speaks to some of the benefits that this country will be enjoying despite the absence of some.
Yes, because when you have a summit of this magnitude with the richest countries in the world, we are not richest, but there was a decision that we are strategic.
Yeah.
You have these delegations, some of the officials, they come a month ahead to prepare for their principals, particularly when you know that head of state is coming or head of government is coming, in the case the prime minister's level. For security, for just, a leader doesn't just travel like me and you. Lots of issues that you have to take into consideration. So there have been people who've been here for quite a number of days already. That's money. When they leave, they are not all going to leave at the same time. So you still have some people at the hotels. Some may take a decision, or perhaps they've taken a decision to say, it's a southern hemisphere, it's summer, the sun, In the northern hemisphere, it's quite cold. So we often see people from the northern hemisphere this time around visiting south because it's warm. And that's why people will say some even stay for 3 months, you know, just enjoying the sun and moving from one province to the other. So possibly there would be those who are saying, I just want to take a week, I'll come after a week, I just want to go to the Kruger, I want to go to Durban, I want to go to Cape Town, and therefore that's what the Gauteng government is talking about. If you were to look at a province like Mpumalanga with Kruger, if you were to look at a province like Cape Town, not just Gauteng, you'll see that you may pick up the impact of this summit in terms of movement of international people at this stage.
Right, and just to remember that you are just as much as part of the conversation as we are here in studio, which is exactly why we encourage you to be a part of the conversations we're having today. We're doing things a bit different, and we'll be taking your calls as well on 011 714 0677 as well as 0679. That number again, 011 714 0677 or 0679. Get that conversation going. We look forward to hearing from you. And speaking of interaction, I know that we also have some X's that we have lined up because you have been interacting with us on that platform as well. Let's bring those X's up and just hear what you had to say. Rian Norkia says, a black president leading the top 20 IDC. That's progress. Thank you, Cyril Ramaphosa. And I think, Sophie, that also speaks to that prowess that we've showcased as a country. And we've seen President Cyril Ramaphosa there in some of his engagements. We're having a president now that is beaming with pride.
Well, I think for South Africa, for those who have followed the history of the government of South Africa since 1994, it's not something surprising that you have the President of the Republic commanding influence at the global stage. Start with Madiba, he hosted international guests and individuals, perhaps not so many conferences because it was during the start of democracy, but his predecessor, Mbeki, hosted many, many conferences, big ones. The World Summit on Sustainable Development, the UN conference in Sandton in 2000, where you had more than almost 100 heads of state and government. It was a UN summit where Blair and Mugabe fought. It was a huge, huge, huge conference. You had the World Summit on UN conference on combating all forms of intolerance, including racism and discrimination.
Yeah.
It was in Durban in 2003. It was a UN conference. It was huge with lots of leaders, almost 70 or 80. And then the launch of the African Union in Durban 2000. All the heads of state and government of Africa, you have 50, at that time it was 53, they hadn't recognized Sahrawi. So at the World Cup, going to Geneva to present a bid at the World Cup. So the talent, the skills in South Africa in different sectors, not only just political. I'm talking about the World Cup. Madiba tried, he couldn't get it. During Madiba's presidency, we couldn't get, you'll remember, I'm sure you're very, very young. One vote we lost from Charles Dempsey. And then we tried again, we got that World Cup and that announcement in Geneva. Yeah. And then we hosted the World Cup. Take, for example, the passing on of former President Nelson Mandela. You had many heads of states who were here and government, including the U.S., Barack Obama. So, and the American presidents, Mandela did host Bill Clinton, Mbeki did host Bill Clinton and Bush, President Zuma, Barack Obama, And perhaps Ramaphosa at some point in time, before he leaves office, he might host Trump. Maybe, who knows, they might repair their relations.
Yeah, hopefully we look at that as well, Sophie. And of course, just a quick reminder on that number, you can dial us on that 011-714-0677 or 0679. 011-714-0677 or 0679. Let's bring up the next X now and hear what you had to say there. So Sabelo says, this was a well-organized event. I can't keep quiet while seeing such incredible, successful work. Well done to all those ones who managed to build, decorate, interior designers. Everyone put an effort on making a G20 successful. I'd like to give a round of applause to all those who dedicated themselves to finally reach the last day. And that's the thing. So if you're already on the last day, the final stretch of this particular summit, and of course, messages, congratulatory messages continue to pour in. Let's bring up the next one and see what you had to say there as we continue to look at those X's there. Thank you so much for your interaction, Sabelo. Let's bring up the next tweet. Solomon says, the G20 summit continues as normal in the absence of, okay, Donald, I'm not going to repeat that on television, Trump. Like I said, the sun did not fall down due to the absenteeism of Donald Trump in this G20 summit. The sun is still rising from the east to the west. And Solomon, besides that word, Sophie, I think speaks to how things continued as they were planned.
You know what's interesting is that people don't understand South Africans. You know, South Africans suffered, particularly the black majority. They were excluded and we were deprived world stage participation. When I was at school, at College of Education, I was an athlete. I couldn't participate at the Inter Club for international colleges of education because of poverty. So at this moment, when the stage is set for us, South Africans understand the occasion that there are times you have to be vigilant, question, and really push your government to do the right thing and be very critical. But there's time where you have to look at what's happening and say, we cannot, you can't be a person who doesn't understand what's happening. And that is why when America is pushing and misinformation around the genocide and all of that, for those who have suffered, those who were excluded, people who know genocide, you know, the brutality of apartheid, you can't, they will speak, but when the visitors are gone, we will go back to, you know, you call it, what do we call it, the president address normally. When the president is talking, we normally say, I've forgotten the term, when the president is addressing the nation. We will go back there and be ourselves and ask tough questions, Madlanga. On Monday, it's back to business. The ad hoc committee going to Hosimampuru to have those hearings with Matlala. It's going to be that moment. But at this moment, this is where we are. And I think that's what South Africans are saying. Therefore, I think also the right-wing group that is mobilizing against the country, because it's not about Ramaphosa. Ramaphosa is going, he's not going to be in the office for a lifetime. It's about the office. It's about the country. The office can be occupied by anybody in South Africa from any political persuasion. So you defend the office, not an individual. So I think that's my judgment in terms of, or analysis, not judgment, analysis, why South Africans are responding the way they are responding. But come Monday, we are back to square one.
Come Monday, it's business as usual, as you say, Sophie. And just after the noise has quietened, after all the conversations are done under this roof, everybody has packed up and went. It would be important to ultimately see that some of those declarations that were adopted with the consensus ultimately filtered down to where they matter the most, and that would be changing the lives of the ordinary people.
It will be very important, and I hope the president will take time to speak to the nation, to really thank the nation for being so supportive on different levels. I mean, the people who stay around here were inconvenienced. People traveling to work. You know, some companies in Sandton, they took a decision that their staff members must work remote because they knew it was going to be a very difficult week. People are not going to be productive, stuck in traffic.
Yeah.
So many people did sacrifice. You talk about the law enforcement agencies. I mean, the media, here we are. We leave at around 11.
Yeah.
At night, we come at 3 a.m. So many people in different levels did sacrifice, but also including ordinary South Africans. In the countryside, they take time to watch and listen, and that is support on its own. And therefore, I think now government must say this hope that we brought to the nation by hosting this meeting also indicated to us that we can deliver. Therefore, we were not elected by G20 member countries. We were elected by ordinary South Africans. Let's build on what we have started.
All right, Sophie, I must thank you so much for your time and insights right here on the program. I'm sure we'll be chatting a bit later on as well to you. That is the SABC News specialist correspondent on international affairs. That's Sophie Mugwena. They're joining us in studio for this moment. Here's a quick break. We'll continue after the break as we continue to bring you some of those reflections on this all-important G20 summit. Post-mortem, if you may, and we continue to ask you to engage with us on all of our social media platforms. Today we decided to switch things up and are also taking your calls on 011 714 0677 or 0679. The number again, 011 714 0677 or 0679. Back in just a moment. Stay with us.
Every 3 hours in South Africa, a woman is killed. Violence in the home is not a private matter, it's a crime, and it destroys families. Not all violence leaves bruises. Some pierce straight through the spirit. Anyone can be a victim of domestic violence, regardless of age, race, and gender. Speak out. Help is here.
This is where the story starts and places where others overlook. Ayanda.
We're here every day, tracking service delivery failures, protests, the voices behind the headlines.
Indeed, we follow the thread from council chambers to court steps, holding power to every promise and every answer.
From neglected streets to the courts, the agenda holds power to account in real time.
If it's happening,
We're on it, live.
This is The Agenda.
The Agenda, 9 a.m. to 12 p.m. only on the SABC News Channel and SABC Plus.
For staying with us as we continue here, day 2 of 2 at the G20 Leaders Summit, right at the heart of the Nasrec Expo Center, as we continue to give a post-mortem and somewhat reflection of everything that has been happening over the past day or so. Thank you so much for staying with us. And of course, today we will also be taking your calls, so do make use of that number so we get to get in conversation, or at least hear from you and what you have to say or what your reflections are around this G20 Leaders Summit. Nonetheless, let's continue with the conversations and reflections on the program, now joined by, of course, my guest, Dr. Stembile Mbete, as well as Kylie Kumalo, who's SABC News reporter. Thank you so much for joining us, Doc. Welcome.
Thanks for having me.
It's great to have you. So, you know, we have a nation that's beaming with pride this morning, and that's not because we only pulled off, you know, an event of this magnitude, but also that we weathered the storms to get to this point. And the sense is that this is not just about South Africa, no, it's about the African continent as a whole.
Yes, certainly. And I think that, you know, when it was announced that the G20 would take place in South Africa in 2025, and as the culmination of G20 summits and presidencies by 4 of the global South nations of the G20. So Indonesia was in 2022, then India in 2023, Brazil in 2024, and then with South Africa in 2025. South Africa's presidency was going to be a bringing together of all the progress that had been made by the previous Global South presidencies, as well as an African G20, of centering the issues of Africa on the agenda and making sure that the conclusions, some of the commitments, some of the initiatives that come out of this G20 are really going to be aimed at improving conditions on the continent and improving African countries' position relative to others on the global stage. And I think that we've seen this, the declaration, the draft declaration that was released and circulating yesterday of the leaders of the G20 mentions Africa 52 times. There's a number of particularly targeted initiatives that are aimed at improving Africa's position, particularly in global finance and in global trade.
And I think we were also, you know, chatting there about geopolitics and what it all does also in the greater scheme of things. And I think at this moment as well, we're monitoring some visuals coming in from plenary. And I think just before the break, or during the break, we were talking about how the closed sessions are going to unfold. But also we can see there President Cyril Ramaphosa there in plenary with the various world leaders, you know, somewhat also sharing a moment there in discussion as well as in reflection there. We see him there with his notepad. And Kaya, you know, this moment is quite significant. And we see there the UN General Secretary, Antonio Guterres. And I'm taken aback to his address that he gave. You know, it was packaged in a packaging that was sealed with hope, that was sealed with confidence in South Africa's ability to pull off an event of this magnitude. As he gets them to sit down now, what does this moment signify, particularly when we look at how this is somewhat of a debrief of everything that was said and done?
Well, by all means, Mkhulu, it's a very significant moment for South Africa, especially because we know that one of the key side events that the leaders had, especially when you talk about the context of South Africa, India and Brazil, IPSA, which is one of the very important trilateral instruments, especially now in a very harsh geopolitical environment where the countries really are looking at ways of finding really those mechanisms to further collaboration, to strengthen those partnerships, especially because, I mean, these countries, they're right here in the Southern Hemisphere, and when you look at their foreign policies, really, they have quite a lot of commonalities. And for the longest time, IPSA has always been seen as a bit of a dormant institution, but I think today it really shows that it's still alive and well, but also quite a very significant time, Mkhulu, where quite a number of leaders really got an opportunity to be part and parcel of these discussions here in Johannesburg, especially also because South Africa's G20 presidency marks an end to the Global South chapter, like Dr. Mbeto really just alluded to, the very incredible time from Bali. It's a very, very incredibly awful time where the world was grappling with COVID-19, the issues of vaccines. So one of the major points here around health, but also making sure that we don't see what President Ramaphosa terms as apartheid vaccines, allowing really the production and making sure that those expertise are right here where we're located.
And Doc Kaya makes a very important point, particularly when we look at finance within the continent. You know, much has also been said about climate change and how we need to pump more resources as well into it. He spoke now around health and how it's important to have vaccines that are manufactured in the African continent. And we're seeing progress, albeit at a very slow pace. I mean, we saw with that vaccine that the Health Minister, Dr. Aaron Motsoaledi, recently announced in the country. But also, Doc, when we look at climate change as well as, you know, finance and health finance, it remains a major sticking point around critical elements as well as in society here in the country. Just what commitments do we need to see coming out from Africa, and what commitments do we need to see particularly from the G20 community in order to reach this goal, to address, you know, adaptation, mitigation, as well as some of those other factors around finance and financing some of those important aspects of society with health and climate change that has been extensively touched on in the summit?
So I think that it's important to remember that the G20 started as a meeting of finance ministers in 1998 and only expanded into being a leaders meeting in 2008. In the initiation of these G20 finance ministers meetings, which were meetings amongst the terminology that was used was as systemically significant economies who were so tied into the global financial system that whose cooperation would be essential for stabilizing the global financial system and the global economy. And this came out in the wake of the Asian financial crisis in the 90s, and then became very important with the global financial crisis in 2008. And so this focus on finance issues and broadening the discussion on finance, not only from different and coordination around different financial instruments, but also the reform of the international financial architecture, so how the World Bank works, how the IMF works, and then of course these issues that really matter to the Global South. So debt sustainability and ensuring that the G20 Common Framework on debt sustainability and debt treatments to enable debt to not be so unmanageable, and particularly we've seen with African countries that African states spend more on debt repayments, particularly on their interest payments, because our cost of capital is so much higher than other regions of the world. And so really creating a platform for negotiation between creditor nations and institutions and the debtor nations to be able to say, look, we shouldn't be paying more in interest rates than the United States or Germany or whoever else it is, so much more in interest rates. And this links to then the financing of healthcare and of climate change initiatives, because we spend more on interest rates every year, paying back interest, than we do on healthcare. And then we do on the adaptation and the mitigation requirements to be able to create energy resilience on the one hand, but also to mitigate the effects of climate change. And so this declaration includes quite a lot around debt sustainability and initiatives working with the IMF particularly in order to really address these underlying issues of why it is so expensive for African states to pay off their debt. You've also got in there initiatives around climate financing, so making available increased capital at reasonable rates or as grants, not as loans, in order for countries to be able to, on the one hand, shore up their energy security. Remember that the majority of the African continent, nearly 50% of people, don't have access to reliable energy. So we still need to be providing energy to people for development, but we want to do so in ways that don't exacerbate or that don't make climate change worse or create more greenhouse emissions. And so there's money that's been made available in order to do that. And then there is also financing that is being made available for adaptation. So for the countries where we still use a lot of fossil fuels, South Africa is one of those countries, in order to then move away from that, but to do so in a way that doesn't destroy the economy of those places where that rely on fossil fuels, to create different ways of livelihoods and different energy sources, but then also to move forward in a green energy way. And I think that, just to close here, that the imperatives and the goals of climate change adaptation are linked to our goals around healthcare, because we do know that coal mining, coal burning fire stations have an effect on the health outcomes of the communities where that is being done, right? And we see in parts of Mpumalanga, for example, very high levels of respiratory disease. And so, but you don't want to be fixing that problem and then taking away everyone's jobs at the same time, right? So how do you achieve the goals that you have around public health, around climate mitigation and moving towards a green and clean energy in a way that also not only preserves the jobs that are there, but actually creates more jobs and grows the economies in those places.
And it's critical to really strike that balance, as you rightfully state there, Doc, because as much as we are hailing this transition to just energy, we must also balance that, protecting lives and protecting livelihoods as well at the same time. So we're an all interactive show today, so we invited our viewers to call us on 011 714 0677 or 0679. I know we have a caller that joins us now on the line. Kustas from Midrand, good morning to you.
Good morning, man. I do like the comments of the doc, but from my side, I just want to give a shout out to the country, to the shepherds that the president appointed, particularly Zain Dango and his extreme work in terms of bringing this together. But looking at the declaration, when says that, I'm happy that we were all crossing fingers that by Sunday that this declaration must be adopted. It has been adopted, and it's a big appreciation to South Africa and its team. Overall, I've got a lot of compliment to give this morning to the country, but also to the SABC with the level of coverage that you guys have displayed in the last few days.
credibility as a G20?
Well, you know, the G20, as I've said, has a whole number of things on the agenda. Already for South Africa, actually, we streamlined some of the matters that were going to be discussed over the course of the year from Brazil. Brazil had the biggest kind of G20 in terms of meetings that took place in the year last year. Brazil had 200 meetings that happened last year. We've hosted 130 meetings across 22 working groups and a number of interministerial meetings. And it is expected that for next year that the US will really focus on the finance ministers meetings and then the summit, and that they'll focus on finance issues. And the wording, actually, I keep pointing out to people that the wording of the G20 declaration, of the Johannesburg Declaration, the last paragraph of that declaration says, "We thank South Africa for its leadership this year. We commit to working together under the United States presidency in 2026 and meeting again in the United Kingdom in 2027 and in the Republic of Korea in 2028. And I think that difference of wording, that we'll work together under the US but we'll meet in the United Kingdom, I think is already a reflection and an acknowledgement that there'll be far fewer meetings that happen in the US next year. If we have 3-4 G20 meetings in the US next year, I think that will be a lot. And then the process will pick up again with the United Kingdom in 2027. And I just want to say that, you know, so much of the framing by some of our media, by some organizations in South Africa in the run-up to this G20 was that, no, the US not participating is some kind of reflection or some kind of negative reflection on South Africa. And that's just not true. The US is not interested, the US under Donald Trump is not interested in multilateralism, is not interested in participating on an equal basis in organizations and initiatives like the G20. And the world knows that. The Hamburg summit that we've been speaking about that took place in 2017 in Germany, that was the first year of Donald Trump's first term. And he was a hazard at that Hamburg summit and didn't participate in a lot. And actually the declaration in that year almost didn't happen because he didn't want the acknowledgement of climate change in that declaration or any reference to the Paris Agreement. And so these kind of challenges that we've seen this year in South Africa around the G20 and particularly around the G20 summit, while I think that the scale was a bit more than we've had in previous years, it's not uncommon. It's not something that hasn't not happened before. And I think that we've handled that very well. And the G20 is an agile enough and a flexible enough structure to be able to roll with the punches, so to speak, so that it'll adapt for the United States next year and then go back to form from 2027.
I think there's a phrase that the millennials coined for that around how, you know, South Africa is being treated around this US issue. It's called gaslighting.
Yes.
We're being gaslit here.
We are being gaslit. There's been a lot of gaslighting underway. But I think that we've handled it very, very well. And, you know, my dad always used to say, you stand up to bullies. If you cower in the face of a bully, you just get bullied even more. And I think that what we've seen, not just from South Africa, but actually from the world with this G20 is the member states of the G20 always used to say, you stand up to bullies. If you cower in the face of a bully, you just get bullied even more. And I think that what we've seen, not just from South Africa, but actually from the world with this G20 is the member states of the G20, the members of the G20, standing up to the US and saying, no, we won't be bullied from afar and dictated to from somebody who doesn't want to participate in this actively in this forum. Last thing is I was very struck by the Business 20 engagement forum. One of the engagement groups, the B20. The entire American delegation of the B20 was here. All the American business people that said that they were going to participate in
straight after this. Stay with us.
To what extent is the world changing? And what impact does the G20 have in these global shifts? For the first time in the G20's history,
and reflections right here on your pop-up channel of choice, and we did invite you to call us and share some of your reflections with us around the G20 Leaders Summit. Let's bring in Success Mhlongo, who joins us now from Midrand. A very good morning to you, Success. What's on your mind?
Hello, sir. How are you? I'm good, and I hope you're good.
I'm great, thanks. Can be better, but all good. Yeah, talk to us. What's on your mind?
I think it's an honor and a privilege to host, the G20 in the soil, in African soil, most importantly in South Africa, for the very first time in history since 1999. And I think it is a great initiative to see a number of leaders across all continents and really coming together, to try to make an impact, or rather to talk in creating opportunities with regard to, equity, with regard to solidarity, and also implementing resources which will help not only generations that are here, but also generations to come. So I think it's a great initiative to see all leaders from different countries, and really coming together and also making an impact in this manner. Yeah.
Oh, wow, success. I think what you're saying now is echoing the sentiments of many others who've been watching this event unfold as it is that right now. But the sense is that, there's a sense of pride, and there's a sense of that South Africa has pulled off an event of this magnitude on African soil that proves its prowess, and especially when we look at its positioning within the continent right now. I think the words that come to mind is that Africa's time is now, and we've simply showed that with all of that. And as we continue to monitor developments now on the floor, we are monitoring what's happening right here at the Nasrec Expo Center. I know we'll be talking to Calvin Dludla in just a moment, but we continue now in the meantime with Kaelihle Khumalo, who's still in studio with us, SABC News reporter Kaelihle Khumalo, who's continuing to reflect with us at this moment. And we've had to keep you so long because your insights are so great, and you've been joining us, in making sense of it all, Kaya. I think success is echoing sentiments that many share at this moment around South Africa being able to, first of all, pull this off, but also just to quieten and silence the critics and go ahead and do it. And also importantly so, just looking at some of the important conversations that have happened on the sidelines of this summit.
Well, absolutely, Mxolisi, especially because it goes back to the very opening remarks that were made by President Ramaphosa, where he made it very clear that the credibility of this global and multilateral institution must be preserved at all time, but also no one should diminish the value of G20. And I think to some degree that was a very clear message to the Trump administration, especially where we saw how this particular gathering has been preceded by a number of reports. But also it's very clear, Mxolisi, when you go back to the very core issues, you look at South Africa's 4 overarching priorities around the resilience when it comes to the climate financing, especially for a number of countries, because one of the regions, Mxolisi, that is part of these discussions will have to be CARICOM. So this is a regional organization that is mainly consist of very vulnerable countries when you talk about climate change, the likes of Jamaica, St. Lucia, the Caribbean islands, and they're represented by the Jamaican Prime Minister. And during the course of the day, we hope to have an interaction with him, especially also, Mxolisi, when you look at the context of the African Union, when you look at their overall theme this year, they talk about the issue of reparations, the justice for Africa. So it's quite a very significant moment where you have all these discussions, especially here right in South Africa, where really it's premised the G20 around the inclusion of the African continent. We see that quite a number of African heads of states, the prime ministers, are still right in South Africa, showing the commitment to make sure that this G20 really becomes a resounding success, especially for South Africa, where it's the first in the African continent, a massive task, but also where South Africa is joined by the African Union as well, where we've seen a number of discussions on the sidelines as well, policy, and also a number of bilateral meetings by the heads of state. I mean, for example, you have the likes of India, where the Prime Minister of India, Modi, was meeting with the Prime Minister of Australia alongside the Prime Minister of Canada, where they look at all these global issues, when you talk about trade, when you talk about the issues of security. But also another very fascinating issue will have to be around terrorism, Kolisi. We know that recently in New Delhi and some parts of Asia, we've seen those terror attacks where a number of people just died, really talking to the issue that this is still a global threat.
Yeah.
And oftentimes the South African authorities, they always say that it is a big risk. You know, no one is immune, especially when we know that in this context where we live in, where technology, also for South Africa, looking at another very key priorities is around artificial intelligence, where they're looking at the pros and cons of this phenomenon, but also looking at some of the positives that can be extracted and be used in terms of development.
All right, let's park it here because I know Calvin Dludla is somewhere around monitoring developments. Let's bring our viewers up to speed with what he is up to. And Calvin, we continue with conversations here in studio, but tell us where you are at this moment and what's happening. From my side of the screen, what I can see there is that you're still around that hustle and bustle of the media center there. What conversations do you have for us this hour?
Good morning again, and to our SABC viewers at home. Yes, indeed, you are still here around the media center. Now we are going to be engaging with our journalists, politics and economics. They will be giving us their perspective on how this magnificent global event went. Let me introduce one of our politics reporter, Natasha Piri. She will be able to engage us on what really transpired today. Natasha, thank you very much for your time. Tell us more on this event and what happened politically. So,
well, Calvin, you would know that today is the last day of the G20, and so basically today member states will be discussing and deliberating on ways to actually implement the declarations which were adopted yesterday. I tried reading through the 30 pages. I'm still reading through some of the declarations that were adopted, Calvin, yesterday, and just to take the viewers through some of them, because I think sometimes we're probably consumed by what happens, yes, the politics of the G20, but we also need to emphasize and go into the various declarations. Remember, these declarations are supposed to speak to the needs and translate to the needs of ordinary South Africans. In this context, this time, seeing that it's the first time that the G20 takes place in South Africa and on the African continent, how does it speak not only to the needs of South Africans, but Africans? Remember, this G20 amplified the voice of the continent. You go through some of the declarations, of course, climate change. Those are one of the priorities by the South African government, strengthening the disaster resilience and response. And in that declaration, they said the member states highlighted the need to pay special attention to those countries that are already disproportionately, disadvantaged by disaster areas. You go into issues of taking action to ensure debt sustainability for low-income countries, the cost of capital, how high levels of debt are actually obstacles to developing countries, And of course, Ukatlaho will expand on that, my colleague who works on the econ desk. Also issues around mobilizing finance for just energy transitions. And of course, we've been seeing bilateral engagements on the sidelines, of course, of this, G20 summit. So a lot of deliberations taking place behind closed doors. We do expect President Cyril Ramaphosa to actually close off the G20 summit, give that closing address, and of course, as SABC News, we will be broadcasting that to our viewers. But just, to implore the viewers, to implore South Africans and those who are watching watching this from the continent and even overseas, I think it's important to preoccupy ourselves in regards to these declarations. Not only that, but the sustainable development goals. Remember, there's a target here for 2030, and some of these sustainable development goals actually speak to the national development plan of our country. You have a sustainable goal that speaks to reducing poverty by 50%, in 2030. Are we anywhere near that? And these are just some of the conversations we reflected as SABC News yesterday when speaking to the likes of Professor John, who is a lead researcher and who's been there since 1999, since the implementation of the G20 until now. And he's basically highlighting, Calvin, the fact that yes, there are some good, there is also some bad in regards to the deliverables of the G20. Remember, just a reminder, we are 18%, these member state countries are 18% on track with all these 17 SDGs and some of these declarations. So the view is that there needs to be more that are done by member states, more willpower to actually implement these declarations, to implement these sustainable development goals, to ensure that the people on the ground, which are more important, me and you, ugogo waseThembisa, ugogo wase-Alexandra, wase-Soweto, how that could translate into their daily lives. But of course, I'll leave Katlego to expand more on the econ.
Before you leave, I just want to ask you, can you say that this event was successful?
It's not for me as a journalist to say it is successful. It's for the viewers at home to say it's successful. And remember, we always say the proof is in the pudding. Once a person benefits themselves, they'll be the judge. Mine is just to report independently and impartially as a journalist.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Cal.
That was Natasha Piri, our colleague. She is working political desk, explaining on how this G20 summit is transparent. But let me introduce one of our hardworking individual. I'm talking about Katlego Likhodi. Thank you very much for your time. It looks so strange when I talk to you and interviewing you. Thank you very much for your time. We're live on SABC News. Tell us now about money. I know you talk about transactions and businesses. Financially, so what does this mean for South Africa, this global summit?
A very good morning to you, Kevin, and also to our viewers at home. Really, the world coming into South Africa in terms of where we find ourselves, the global economies, those top economies are coming through to discuss issues that will then move into the world, and South Africa firmly positioning itself as that country that would host a successful G20. I mean, Natasha wanting to play it safe, but what I'm picking up from the ground in terms of people that are already here and some of those that have been part of these meetings for the whole of this year would tell you that we've really pulled out a show in terms of South Africa coming through to solidify its stance on the global stages. Here we're talking about 80% or over at least 80% of the country's GDP that is represented here. And this is where we see most of these issues that would be pertained in the declaration, as Natasha has said, moving into ensuring that it comes through to sustainably develop these economies. Africa standing to benefit the most, because even in the lead up to the summit this weekend, we saw President Cyril Ramaphosa meeting with the African leaders just to ensure that he solidify that message that says that this is not just a G20 for South Africa alone, but it's a G20 for the continent. If you look at what is happening on the continent, Kevin, you'll just get a sense that there is a lot of issues that are not working, right? There is high inequality, there's unemployment that is rife. Our economies are not at least stable in a way that they can come through to filter in terms of what people have been going through on the ground. So we see this declaration coming through as somewhat of a pillar of hope for those that are here, that are looking to capitalize on where we find ourselves. And we see President Cyril Ramaphosa also saying that this becomes a moment that more or less ensures that it pushes us into the global stage. It really helps and position us as a country that is now set a global agenda.
Tell me now, there are those who are complaining, political formations, and are saying that this money was supposed to be channeled to service delivery. But I heard Natasha saying that actually this is not our money. We got it some. Can you explain that part?
It's not. I mean, really, when you look at it, if there's a country that is moving to host, you would see that there is somewhat of support coming through from the G20 countries. For instance, right now, we're moving into the United States of America. The world will be moving into the United States in the coming year as they take over. So you see the G20 formation just ensuring at least that there is adequate momentum that would come through in terms of some of those that would in any way put money into ensuring that the G20 is not just somewhat of a talk shop, but it comes through with tangible results. So we see this money, the pledges that have come through as well, bilaterals that have been signed as well, coming through to help the people of South Africa. Remember that here we have various of these powerhouses, and something that was notable as well was the influence of the middle economies. So we have those powerhouses like your United States of America that are big, but interesting where this summit is concerned was to see the middle powers, your France moving to endorse what we're doing here. You see the EU coming through to endorse what we're doing here. So that would tell you that at least there is somewhat of a shift in terms of how things are expected to flow, and South Africa then positions itself, and hopefully as we move beyond our presidency of the G20, we'll tend to see some of those issues coming through to help the people on the ground, because what we've been picking up is that most of them would not understand the immediate impact that this would come with, but we know very well that there are pledges, there are bilaterals, they've signed some agreements as well on the sidelines, so those would come through to help here. Earlier on in the week, I was with the Minister of Planning, Monitoring and Evaluation in the presidency, Minister Marupini Ramokgopa, who was talking about how her department is now positioning itself to ensure that it evaluates all of these deals that have been consolidated here, so that we don't drop the ball. People of South Africa get to, more or less capitalize on where we find ourselves, but also benefit years later from what is happening here today.
Our relationship with the United States of America looks like it's sour. How will that affect our trade relations? Their president is not here.
The president is not here, but those communications continue. If you listen to Minister Parkstow and what he speaks of most of the time, he would tell you that, these are conversations that would even continue beyond our presidency. The relationship with America, in terms of it being an economic powerhouse, is very important. We're still looking also at whether we can salvage somewhat in terms of AGOA. And you remember that AGOA would be coming through from the United States of America in terms of giving us preferential access to these markets. So we're looking at ensuring that we fix, where we can, and we ensure that we work. This works for our economy. There are those companies here in South Africa that would be investors from the United States of America, like your Ford. They are here. So you wouldn't want anywhere for these relationships to continue being sour in a way that will see some of these, shops, these avenues or these entities close shop and people losing jobs. So that relationship becomes important. And when you talk into economists as well, you hear them saying there's no way that you can talk about a future without including the likes of your United States of America, the likes of your China, when you look at us as South Africa still developing as a country. So it becomes important that going forward we see these engagements continue, and we see these relations in any way just fixed, so that the economies can be able to work together. So we help, we move.
How is our currency responding to this?
The rand is doing well. The rand has firmed up even from last week. We've been doing well. Remember that when you look at it, South Africa has now gotten out of the grey list. There's really some positive there. The S&P as well giving us somewhat of a positive in terms of the rating. So we've really been doing well. And there are also those measures that have been helping us on the ground. If you look at the structuring issues that we do have on the ground, those avenues around Operation Vulindlela. So you hear as well that the rand has been really rallying behind some of the developments here at home, but also the fact that we have the world here in terms of these economies and these multinationals that are here. You would say that there is a buy-in into our economy, the rand strengthening, but also something that was notable as well, Kelvin, that was important would be the tourism that would come with this G20 presidency. We hear that the hotels have been really fully occupied, the Gautrain extremely busy in this point in time, and there is actually a buy-in in terms of those that even this afternoon when we wrap up our G20, they'll be moving into places like your Soweto so they can go grab a meal or two. Others would be even here in the coming week. So we're looking at the economy continuing to benefit, not just from this summit, but also others that would want to prolong their stay into the festive season and experience the lovely weather that we have here in South Africa.
Last question before I let you go. Investors, are they happy?
They should be happy. they should be happy. And something that we are talking about is that we've been rallying, for investments to come into South Africa in their numbers so that it helps in the creation of jobs. And one is wondering as well as to, when they look at what we've presented here in terms of the acumenship of President Cyril Ramaphosa in leading some of these conversations and how we've been able to navigate and weather the storm. I mean, most of them would tell you that through some of the reforms that we've been implementing as a country, this does then say to the investors that South Africa is stabilizing. Most of them would have been worried around issues around energy, how electricity has been impacting on development on the ground. But as we try to more or less stabilize as a country, you see a buy-in as well, and hopefully we'll see a boom in terms of the investors. We have investment summits here in South Africa, and you'd often see these pledges. I think also it's time that we take stock of where we find ourselves with some of these pledges that were made in the previous year coming into this year, so that we continue to more or less influence others to say South Africa becomes a viable avenue if you want to grow your business.
Thank you very much. We can talk the whole day, but because of time I have to leave it here. Thank you very much. That was Katleho Likhodi from our economics desk. He was explaining to us about this global summit, saying that investors are happy about what is happening, saying that Donald Trump, the president of America, did not come here in South Africa, but that will not affect the trade relationship that South Africa have with that country. And we spoke to Natasha Piri from our political desk, saying that it means a lot for South Africa, especially because this is deemed as successful. You would remember that this event started yesterday and it ends today, but because of time, I'm only back to you in studio.
Right, Calvin Dludla monitoring developments coming from the Nasrec Expo floor on day two of the G20 Leaders Summit. Thanks so much indeed for that update. Here's a quick break. We're back with you straight after this. Stay with us.
SABC, host broadcaster of the G20 South Africa 2025.
Mzansi, the wait is over. SABC has finally gone digital. We are proud to introduce to you SABC Plus, your very own 24/7 app in the palm of your hand that gives you the power to live stream all SABC TV and radio stations.
Oh, hey, what are you doing? I have to put a little bit to Dennis massage the meat. You can put oil here. It's my show.
When life happens and you miss the live streams, don't worry, we've got you.
Oh, can it?
Catch Up is there for you to binge watch at your own pace, any place, anytime. Not sure what to watch? Check out our highly curated galleries, categorized according to what's trending, topping the charts, themed or per genre. We've got drama, variety, comedy, documentary, edutainment, retro, and sport. Now there is no reason to miss the 2022 Soccer World Cup live from Qatar, or our festive season entertainment channel launched just for December party mode. Download the SABC Plus app from the Google Play Store and Apple App Store. Sign up and subscribe to amp it up. We have a variety of subscription periods and payment options to suit your interests and budget. Subscribing to AMP also means you have access to catch-up shows across all channels on SABC Plus, a unique AMP benefit. Your subscription includes bundled data optimized for mobile, the ability to go back and watch programs from up to 7 days before, time shift. Plus, NPVR in the cloud, up to 3 linked devices, and dual stream concurrency. All AMP packages are recurring. SABC. Everywhere, for everyone, always.
This is where the story starts and places where others overlook. Ayanda.
We're here every day, tracking service delivery failures, protests, the voices behind the headlines.
Indeed, we follow the thread from council chambers to court steps, holding power to every promise and every answer.
From neglected streets to the courts, the agenda holds power to account in real time.
If it's happening,
we're on it, live.
This is The Agenda.
The Agenda, 9 a.m. to 12 p.m. only on the SABC News Channel and SABC Plus.
Our editorial guidelines are anchored on independence and impartiality. That is why credibility and trust is core to our DNA. From Saldanha Bay on the Cape West Coast, we've been bringing you wall-to-wall coverage. I'm Vanessa Puna, SABC News, independent and impartial.
Welcome back. You are still tuning in to SABC News Live. We are coming to you live and direct from our Auckland Park studios right here in Johannesburg. Of course, our colleague Mkolisi is at Nasrec, capturing some of the moments as it is the last day of the G20 summit. Right, we're going to move along with our intros. Well, the minister in the presidency, Khumbudzo Ntshavheni, says that the African development agenda has taken a center stage in the G20 summit. Ntshavheni says South African government is pleased with the attendance by world leaders and councillors on declarations of the summit.
We are bigger than that. We are bigger than that. And President Ramaphosa has demonstrated to the world that he's a leader amongst leaders. He's gotten this G20 summit to be successful. Brazil had to concede that they innovated the social summit, but we did one better to them. And there's consensus in all the things that are being tabled. We've pushed the African agenda to the top. If it was not because of the sterling leadership of President Ramaphosa, we will not be here. And the other commentary, why should we elevate nothing?
Oh, yes, and our social media is buzzing. I mean, earlier on we did see Mkolisi, mentioning some of the acts and the tweets that were coming through from our social media platforms. I mean, a lot of people are talking on the ground, and right about now we'd love to see some of those tweets to see what you are saying. We do have one coming from Tony Davis. Tony Davis is asking, what does this declaration say? There's been no business done yet, so it can't be about outcomes or action points. So what are they declaring? That's one coming from Tony Davis. And just to give Tony Davis a heads up, I mean, the focus on the discussions on Sunday, Tony Davis, has been about, I mean, the declaration addressing the climate crisis and other global challenges on Saturday over the U.S. I mean, objections prompting the White House to accuse, South Africa of weaponizing its leadership to the group. I hope you got, a clarification there, Davis. We're going to move to another axe coming from, of course, Ndi Vadau. Of course, is saying that interesting to see that Argentina was the only country to raise concerns. Do you think they had a valid point, or is there more to the story? That's an X coming from, of course. And we did see, the country Argentina, not really opposing, because, this is a global platform, and I believe that every country has every right, to raise their voice. It's not really, in a position, but it's more of a debate. And that is more than allowed, especially in a global summit like the G20, because I must say that every decision that is taken under that roof will influence you as the citizen of South Africa, but not only South Africa, but Africa as a whole. You will remember that, this summit, it's not only pride for us as South Africa. We did see earlier on that the Gauteng tourism has expressed a great gratitude, because this is something that will certainly boost the economy of South Africa. And I do want, to check out the media release that they actually have. The G20 World Leaders Summit is set to drive record-breaking tourism arrivals on revenue this festive season. A lot has been happening, but right about now, we are going to link to our reporter, or rather to our colleague Mkolisi, who is live at Nasrec Expo Center.
Thanks for that, Kolosa. And of course, we continue here with conversations to come out of the Nasrec Expo Center as we, prepare to at least wind it all up on the sidelines, within the G20 Leaders Summit. It's day 2 of 2, and also much has been said around brand South Africa and how South Africa has been positioned, at least within the global context, following this event that was hosted on South African soil. Let's get further insights now from Brand SA CEO, that's Neville Maki, who joins us now to chat to us on the program. Great to chat to you, Neville. Thank you so much for your time on the program. So much focus has been placed on South Africa hosting this event, but even more focus has been put on just how has this event positioned South Africa in terms of shaping South Africa's image, shifting South Africa's image, and positioning South Africa's image in the global context.
Yeah, it's been quite positive, and thank you very much to the SABC for hosting me, and good day to you and the viewers. The G20 has obviously done quite a lot of good for our brand. You know, we manage perceptions on South Africa, and there's a lot of perceptions not only of South Africa but also of the African continent. So when President Ramaphosa took over the presidency last year in Brazil, he was quite clear that South Africa, of course, will show its best foot in terms of hosting the event, but we also need to ensure that it becomes an African G20. And what you would have seen in this year has been that this G20 has actually been, some of the meetings have also been held on the continent, some in Nigeria, some in Egypt, and in other countries as well, to really ensure that the messaging around Destination South Africa is quite clear and resolute.
And looking at perception and impressions as well, which are quite key as well, we've had to come from a very dark time, if you may, in terms of perception, looking at those unfounded genocide claims that were made by the US of A, which subsequently decided not to come through for the summit. Just how much of an effort was changing perception around that in particular, if it was much of a greater effort? But I would assume that it would be, because perception and impressions are everything.
Absolutely. Look, initially when the messaging started coming, you know, the misinformation and the disinformation, there was panic stations from our side as Brand South Africa, because we've got to manage the brand reputation of the country. Yeah. So we then put in a lot of effort in the US market. We engaged with friends of South Africa who are based in the US. Those are business people, and as well as those that really know the history of South Africa, and they continue to support South Africa. We then engaged with them. They assisted us in amplifying the message, the real story about South Africa. And we really worked really hard to make sure that within the market we're able to get a right to respond. And that right to respond gave us an opportunity to really... has been every single destination that we visited, and I've had the pleasure of also accompanying the President on a number of international platforms. It's quite clear people understand the dark history of South Africa, where we come from with apartheid, and how we've, through reconciliation, embrace human rights. And the disinformation has actually discredited itself. Yeah. And unfortunately, you know, for us, the most important thing is to encourage South Africans to continue really speaking positively about South Africa. There's enough in terms of some of the challenges and the amplification of those messages domestically. That's enough. So we can't continue always just looking at the negative. We've got to also talk about our beautiful stories from South Africa, and that is what we seek to continue to amplify as Brand South Africa.
I think you just led me straight to my next question, because beyond the G20 summit, there's a need for South Africa to leverage on everything that has happened and leverage on some of the benefits of hosting a summit of this magnitude. Just how does Brand South Africa plan on enlarging South Africa's footprint, but not just only footprint, but also just making sure that we solidify South Africa's presence within the global context, moving beyond the G20 summit?
Yeah, so G20 has already done that for us. It has already cascaded. So South Africa's voice is cemented already. So what happens post G20 is not a full stop. So obviously there's a transition with the Troika between the US and the UK in terms of the handover process, which we will continue participating in, and it was quite clear in the declaration that came from our leaders yesterday. Yeah. And then the second part, we have just, of course, taken over the SADC chairpersonship. So that's the next project. The World Economic Forum is also at our doorstep.
Yeah.
Live Golf that's coming to South Africa next year, potentially the Formula One, etc. So those are some of the activities that are on the cards that we will be leveraging off the momentum of the G20 to amplify the messaging around South Africa.
And looking at the G20 theme of solidarity, and equality as well, just how does all of this also align with the brand South Africa's theme, or as well trying to bolster effort to ensure that we get to a point where our national identity as well as reputation is intact, just moving along with that theme of sustainability and equality?
So when you're looking at the leaders' declaration yesterday, you see that the introduction talks to Ubuntu, which really forms the base of our three themes for this year: solidarity, equality, and sustainability.
Yeah.
And those three themes actually talk to the challenges of Africa. Now, when you look at the priorities that were set by government in terms of G20, the first one was around disaster management and the recovery in that regard, which has been aptly amplified in the leaders' declaration to ensure that the response obviously is backed up by the financial resources that will assist in terms of the recovery. The second one, of course, is in terms of the just energy transition. Just once you have adequate energy, you're able to attract investors into your destination, because investors are also led. If you wanted to set up a manufacturing facility, you would want to have guarantee in terms of utilities. And one such is, of course, energy. And not only energy just for manufacturers, but energy specifically for the citizens as well, for our communities. And then, of course, once you're looking at SME development, as well as access to capital that is not expensive also, because there's been, of course, a huge challenge in terms of capital that has been earmarked for destinations within the African continent, which has been unfortunately the interest rates being really high.
Before I let you go, I know that there's a very long road ahead, particularly when we look at some of the declarations, right? Insofar as your sector is concerned, but we've subsequently seen the likes of the Department of Tourism, which you also work hand in hand with, come out to say they're really looking forward to a really fruitful festive season. Are you ready?
Absolutely ready. I think our colleagues in South African tourism have been doing a remarkable job, of course, in the promotion of Destination South Africa as a tourist destination. You would have seen the latest tourist numbers, 7.6 million tourists that were announced a few weeks ago. Same time last year, in fact, the upswing has been 1.1 million tourists more that we've seen. 58% of those coming from the Middle East. From the US, I think it's in the region of about 23% positive. So each destination, when you look at whether it's Asia, the Middle East, or Europe, all are on positive terms. So I'm sure after this festive season, we're going to be seeing even bigger numbers after the festive season.
Right, all the best. We look forward to that, and I'm sure we'll be getting a report back from your department around that. Thank you so much for your time. Neville Maki is the CEO for Brand South Africa. Thanks very much indeed for your insights. And we continue for you this hour right here at the Nasrec Expo Center to make sense of it all for you as we get you somewhat of a post-mortem around what has been happening, but most important, also getting in those conversations of making sense of it all, not just that, but also just giving you a sense of what it all means for you, as you do understand that those declarations have been adopted with consensus yesterday. And I chuckle when I say this because also just one of our panelists a bit earlier on encapsulated it so well by making reference to what she called the Johannesburg Declaration around this, saying that that's something that will stay with us for now a while. And also just as we continue to make sense of those conversations for you as we prepare for our wrap-up of the G20 Leaders Summit here in Nasrec. We will put things into perspective for you as we're watching a number of developing aspects of the summit. As you may be aware that there are so many moving elements to it. In the meantime, what you're seeing now on your screen are some of those sessions that are also unfolding at the plenary, and we'll be taking you there as and when we get notable developments from it. But in the meantime, we continue here in conversation and reflections. We now bring in the Minister for Basic Education, that's Sivuye Gwahobe, who joins us now on the program. Thank you so much, Minister, for your time.
Good afternoon, and good afternoon to your viewers.
Yeah, great to have you. So let's start with the core education message that South Africa is now packaging on the sidelines of the G20 Leaders Summit.
Absolutely. So I think firstly, perhaps if we can take a step back and just to just reflect on what I think has been a largely successful G20. And I think South Africa has been able to put together world-class events. And as one of your panelists said, the Johannesburg Declaration being unanimously agreed to. But also what has been, I think for me, quite inspiring in seeing essentially the overwhelming majority of the G20 countries supporting not only just the G20 and our hosting of it and respecting it by attending it, but also supporting some of the substance that is in the declaration. Some of the education key elements that really excite me, in fact, is really the affirming undertaking that we are really going to be focusing on the foundations of learning. You will recall that we've been really speaking a lot about how do we change the South African education system. And our view is that you do so by strengthening at the beginning of a schooling career, not only obsessing about the exit stage, but what work are we doing for the 0 to 5-year-olds, for the 6-year-olds, and how are we strengthening our work in the foundation phase? I'm also quite pleased this morning that the IPSA heads of state, Brazil, India, and South Africa, their presidents met this morning, and one of the pronouncements that was made there is really about how do they, as IPSA, really champion the foundations of learning.
Yeah, and speaking of the various groups as well that have engaged in the various discussion groups on the sidelines of this summit, education is quite a key component for any functioning democracy, right? Just how are you planning to also accelerate things such as skills development, as well as the other important elements, and integrating them into the education sector, because there's a need, and the need is that we need to be on par as a country.
Absolutely. And I think to your absolute point that no country will ever get human development right if you don't get your education system right. And so the road ahead of us is long, but I think we are on the right track and we are in the right direction. I think some of the things that we can do, practically speaking, Minister Manamela and I have started a project of seeing how we can integrate the work of our two departments. How do we make sure that the learners who leave basic education, who wish to get skills, the skills of the economy that we have, how do we make sure that those two departments are really speaking to one another? One of the things that has also come out quite strongly here in this declaration is how do we reduce the number of young people who are not in education, who are not in training, and who are not in employment. And so it really is one of those things that our two departments have to work really hard on. And we have to make sure that learners are able to have a diverse sort of paths that they can take, whether it's schools of skills, really up our game when it comes to TVET and community colleges. Let those offer really quality skills so that young people have different varieties of places where they can go to. But also, what this says is that we have to grow our economy so that we can create those much-needed jobs. There was a lot of focus on startups, on small businesses. We shouldn't only be, running an education system for learners who are going to be job seekers, but we also want learners and young people who are going to be job creators. And so that's going to be quite important. But there's some positive trajectories there. We've seen ourselves being taken off the grey list. We've seen the upgrading from S&P. So I think South Africa is on the right path. and we can really get these deliverables in.
Yeah, and it's great to hear that there is a silver lining. However, there are inequalities that persist, and those are some of the overarching themes we've seen also throughout the G20 Leaders Summit, particularly around education, how the gap keeps getting wider and wider. And there's now a perception that education is only for the rich, and clearly something needs to give. That cannot be the order of the day.
Absolutely, and that's why I think I'm saying to you that one of the biggest ways we are ever going to really close that inequality is if we make sure that every single child in South Africa has a strong start. And let me make an example as to why that's important. When we did a survey around Thrive by 5, we recognized that a number of South African children are either not in ECD centers, some of them are suffering from stunting, some of them don't have access to the child grant. And so the work that we're doing as the Interministerial Committee on Early Child Development is not just the work of the Department of Education alone, because you are never going to be able to educate a child that's hungry. You are never going to be able to educate a child that does not come from a stable home. You're never going to be able to educate a child who doesn't start early in their cognitive development. And so that's why we've got this interministerial committee that I chair that has all of the various departments that are crucial to this work. Social development, it's got home affairs around birth registrations, it's got health, it's got all of these various departments that are working together. So that's the first thing. I think the first thing is to make sure that South African children have a strong start. I cannot overemphasize this enough. Economists around the world are saying countries who invest in early child development can see up to 2% GDP growth over time. So the strong start investment is really, really an important one. But then, of course, we have to make sure that the learners who are already in the system, who are already in high school, how do we make sure that things such as the grants for maths and science and technology, how do we use that effectively to get more and more learners taking pure maths and achieving above 60% so that they may be able to get into careers with these, what we call these gateway subjects. So these are some of the things that are really key and crucial to some of the work that we do. Lastly, we can't leave the teacher behind. All of the reforms that we want to do can never be successful if we don't make sure that teacher development is keeping up with those reforms.
Yeah, and that's also a key one. And we're looking at how technology and the digital space is turning us into one big community. Just talk to us about what you are doing, at least in the front of the global space. Are you lobbying perhaps to ensure that we get more digital learning integrated? And I'm talking about infrastructure, because also there is a wider gap when you look at the rural areas, township schools, particularly around infrastructure for digital and technological learning.
Absolutely, and this is why the work that Minister Malatsi and I are doing of ensuring that on his side as the Minister of Communication and Digital Technologies, how is he ensuring that there's the appropriate infrastructure, particularly in our rural schools? Then we are coming in and saying, how do we utilize not only artificial intelligence, but technology to bridge that divide, to also make sure that, you know, with every gadget that's in every child, that it's a window of opportunity for them to learn, but also to help us with our literacy and our numeracy targets. But more importantly, I think what's going to be important is that how do we utilize technology to be able to, in an environment that is fiscally constrained, where government does not have money to necessarily do all the things that we would like to do, how do you utilize technology to say, here in one village, you have a school that has a state-of-the-art science lab, computer lab, and we are able to get other schools in various rural areas to connect to that school. Immediately, you've got one teacher, all this equipment, but you are affecting hundreds of learners. So there's massive opportunity for us there, but we have to get the infrastructure and the internet coverage that you are talking about right. And we need to also make sure that we are operating at the right speeds. So we are currently upgrading schools from just 3G to 5G so that we can make sure that they are utilizing good speed internet. This is also going to be important for lessening the burden on teachers. The Stellenbosch study that looked at what is causing teachers great frustration in the profession. It's not pay, it's not anything else, but it is the administrative burden that they're complaining about. Being able to utilize technology to cut all of that admin out is going to be incredibly important.
All right, and just before I let you go, just a quick update on the exam season that will come from now. How did that go?
Look, we are almost right at the tail end, with few papers to go, but I'm really wanting to actually extend a word of thank you to South Africans. We pleaded with South Africans at the beginning of the exam season to say, please can we make sure that we don't impede children from being able to go writing their exams, that we are asking that even with our social demonstrations and social unrest, that we look after this particular period. And South Africa has really delivered. This exam season has gone really without significant incident, and I'm not only just proud of the South African citizens who heeded the call, but also I'm saying to the class of 2025, I wish everybody everything of the best.
All right, Miss, thank you so much for your time and insights on the program. That is Siviwe Gwahube, who is the Minister for Basic Education there, sharing her insights on the sidelines of the G20 Leaders Summit happening here at the Nasrec Expo Center. So we'll endeavor to continue to bring you the latest conversations around the summit, most importantly, what it means to you, as we continue in reflections right here from the Nasrec Expo Center. Stay with us. Welcome back. Thank you so much for staying with us right here on your pop-up channel of choice, still coming to you live from the Nasrec Expo Center. Day 2 of 2 of the G20 Leaders Summit. We have been at it, hard at work for you to make sure that you get the most up-to-date analysis and up-to-date conversations around the G20, particularly what it means as we continue to prepare to wind it down for you. Joining us now in studio is Senior Research Editor from Issue Insight in the US, and that's John Kavalich. Thank you so much for your time on the program. Great to chat again.
Thank you. Wonderful to be back.
Right, so day 2 of 2, much sense and much attention now is shifting towards finding out what this moment meant for everyone. But most importantly, if all the moments that have been had under this roof were actually worth it. And share with us some of your highlights.
No question that the G20 remains relevant. The G20 in Johannesburg is relevant, and we're going to continue to see relevancy coming out of this particular G20. I think, there's a schedule. We all know, who's coming, who's here, and what they're planning to talk about. But one of the reasons G20s are consequential is because of what happens that we don't plan for.
Yeah.
And that they can help deal with.
Yeah.
For example, President Trump introduces his 28-point Ukraine-Russia peace plan.
Yeah.
Which, in itself, that's, another 5-hour discussion. But he introduces it. And yesterday, what happens? You have members of the European Union saying, we need to sit down and have a meeting about this. What's our approach going to be? What's our response going to be? Because today in Geneva, the teams are meeting, Ukrainian, European Union, and Europe, and UK. Without the G20, those leaders would not have had the opportunity to physically get together. And so that's one of the reasons the G20s are important, because they are multilateral groups. They get together, and it's sometimes not as much about what we're planning to discuss, but it's what comes up that being here enables us to discuss. And I'll give you one example. Back in Bali, when they hosted the G20, there was a missile that landed in Poland right after the Ukraine-Russia war started. President Biden convened a group saying, we need to talk about this. That wouldn't have happened if they weren't there, but they didn't know about it before.
And I think from what you're saying now around planning, I think it was from a book that I read, one author said, failing to plan is planning to fail.
Yeah.
And as we see some of the results of the planning and some of those, outcomes also come to fruition, but most importantly, just looking at a vision that is now coming together as we're looking at the hopes, the dreams, the aspirations of the African continent and how we take them, walk with them, and run with them going forward. How do you see that unfolding?
Yeah. G20s are always inspirational and aspirational.
Yeah.
But they are they're a 48-hour window.
Yeah.
And their shelf life, their expiration date is pretty much 48 hours. And it's because there's just so much else happening in the world. But for those 48 hours, the host country is the focus of the world. In terms of President Ramaphosa in South Africa, they've stepped up because you had the world's biggest bully in President Trump attack. And no one can match him in terms of his ability to use communication mediums to attack. And in his case, the rationale was appalling, and that's, we can continue to talk about that. But the fact is that President Ramaphosa just worked through it. He acted like a head of state, not like a kid trying to respond to a schoolyard bully. And that was very important. So made it through, no issues, and the leaders coming out of it, the 3 principles will remain important. You had finance people here, World Bank, IMF, debt relief is a big issue, financing is a big issue. So they were able to have a discussion, and yes, it's disappointing President Trump wasn't here, President Xi of China, President Putin of Russia, President Sheinbaum of Mexico, Milei of Argentina. But whenever the President of the United States is anywhere, all the oxygen and the gravity pulls towards
him, yeah.
Because everyone, it's attention and it's just natural. So not having that group here, those 5, not great, but it allows the others to have some more consequential moments together. And that's really, really helpful coming out of this, because South Africa will hand off next week or so to whomever in the U.S. government, a representative.
Yeah.
And then President Trump will be, on his way to planning for his golf course.
And interestingly, now that you bring that in, John, the issue around the handover, it's uncharted waters that we're at right now, where there were comments around, initially there were reports around President Cyril Ramaphosa handing over to an empty chair, and then now subsequently chat around the chant de fray as well, coming in with the handover session, which subsequently we heard from the presidency that would be a clear break of protocol. So much of back and forth around that handover, and it just puts a spanner in the works for everything else. So just how should we be taking this moment in, particularly when we look at absorbing it, but also quietening down the noise around this moment of the handover and just what it means going forward for G20?
Yeah, President Trump is like a political baby, in that they cry, then they're silent. They cry again, they're silent. So there's nothing really President Ramaphosa can do. But I think he knows that. So therefore, focus on being presidential, because when we all believe that he's trying to lower the temperature and stay within protocol, when in essence South Africa has to create protocol. I mean, like you said, it's the first time. So it's, what do we do? How do we do this? And we know President Trump is so performative, and optics matter to him. So there's not much that President Ramaphosa can do today. And it's probably a good idea that there's now going to be some time. Because in the calendar, in the U.S., Thanksgiving is coming up.
Yeah.
President Trump will be back in Florida and Mar-a-Lago. We have the meeting today in Geneva. He's going to be focused on his peace plan with Ukraine and Russia. So he's going to start to less and less focus on what he doesn't like about the G20 and what he doesn't like about South Africa. So I think we just, like a wound, you just have to sort of let it heal. And I think President Ramaphosa, they'll try to figure this out diplomatically, what to do. Maybe it'll end up being the South African ambassador in Washington will visit Secretary of State Rubio at the State Department, and they'll do that there. I mean, I don't know, but time will heal this.
Yeah, and I think I heard a voice adding to this, characterizing it as what this one person called tantrum politics.
Well, baby, like a baby.
Yeah, tantrum politics, and what it is, and we ought to see it for what it is and what it actually means, and the impact that it might have on this community of the Gs. And I remember there was one statement that he took out, and we had ran that clip extensively on one of our platforms, where he said South Africa does not even belong in the Gs. Right. Such utterances that we've been hearing. That was also followed by the unfounded claims of a genocide, a white genocide in the country.
Which would mean I'd be at risk, and I don't feel at risk.
Yeah, and subsequently also taking away from the actual lived experiences for the people that who've actually had to overcome white genocides.
If my theory on President Trump and why he perceives blackness the way he does. This is a man that grew up in privilege in New York, real estate focused family, and the prominent real estate developers in New York, generally white, they're men, and a lot of them are Jewish.
Yeah.
So that was his world. He's a student of history, but he focuses on war history, who wins and who loses.
Yeah.
when he looks at slavery in the U.S., he looks at it from the perspective of the slave owner. They must have been very, very successful business people, because look at all the land they own. He doesn't look at it that first owning someone isn't right. He looks at it from that other perspective. So then you transition to South Africa. He doesn't understand apartheid, the history of apartheid. He doesn't understand the history of Nelson Mandela and Robben Island. He doesn't understand the what happened to Stephen Biko. He doesn't appreciate Mahatma Gandhi as a lawyer in South Africa, how he was discriminated against, and he's sort of like near white as opposed to
Doesn't
black.
even look like he'll show an effort in trying to understand.
No, he's almost an 80-year-old man, born in the 20th century, and so he doesn't surround himself. His life experience isn't with black people, and who were his influencers? We talk about social influencers. Who has been his influencers on South Africa? Elon Musk's father, primarily. And when he's at a cocktail party in Mar-a-Lago, someone comes up to him and says something. And the next thing you know, there's a white genocide, taking place. And we're going to accept white Afrikaners as refugees in the United States. It's mind-boggling. The challenge for all of us, we're not going to change him.
Yeah.
So therefore, and for President Ramaphosa and others on the African continent, the only reasonable pathway you can take with him is try not to upset him, try not to trigger him, because you're not going to educate him. And at some point, we all want to believe that we can change people. I mean, you really, even when you can't believe they're having the position they are, that you must be able to influence them. But sometimes as you try to influence him, it gets worse, because he gets more than set. And if you're trying to tell me I'm wrong, then I really must be right. And that's the challenge I think everybody's going to face. But as far as South Africa, this G20, a great event. The government officials treating all of us very well. The people that are working at the event really well. And I'll have one thing I noticed, the catering. There are a couple of areas that never have people, and those are the ones with vegetables. And so I asked one of the servers yesterday, I said, why isn't there anyone around your table? And she said, vegetables, too healthy.
Yeah. Oh, man, John, and I'm hoping that we'll be touching base at some point. It's been absolutely great getting some of your insights, and I'm still adamant that I'm trying to twist your arm to go check out some of our heritage sites as well as our tourist spots, because I know we have some gems hidden in South Africa.
My first visit here, I was 10 years old, and Mr. Mandela was still in prison. Zimbabwe was Rhodesia. So I love the country and I continue to come back. So thank you. I will do that.
Right. Thank you so much for your time and insights.
Thank you.
It was always great chatting. That's, of course, John Kavalichi, who joined us there now. And he is an author there, sharing some of his insights with us on the program. Thank you so much indeed for that. John, as we continue to plan to wind it up for you on the program, we continue to get some analysis for you on the program around this moment as we prepare to wind it down on the program. And this takes us to that just a little before 10 minutes to the top of the hour, as we also continue to monitor some of those developments coming out of the plenary. On your screen, this moment, Deputy of the Republic, Paul Mashatile there, having a bit of a moment. You can see that he is engaged in conversation, and that's amongst some of the conversations as well as developments we are tracking for you this hour from the Nasrec Expo Center. But let's bring in now our economics editor, Tsepo Mongai, who joins us now on the program. Tsepo, it's great to have you on the program. Thank you so much for joining us. You know, if there's a term that I've heard so much throughout the course of the morning, but also during the block of the summit, was around emerging economies and hearing about Africa's economies, as well as how those emerging economies are impacted by the summit. Has that been the case with you as well?
No, absolutely. I think there are controversies and some of discomfort that we've seen expressed by developed nations centered around what is their role in terms of emerging economies. And what was very clear in this summit was that emerging economies are finding their voice, and that voice is becoming stronger and louder. And there is a common focus among the emerging economies in terms of their expectations from the developed nations. And unfortunately, because there are some resources involved, the developed nations are not all of them speaking in a common voice in response to the expectations that low and emerging economies are demanding from those that have means and resources, and they've developed all those means and resources at times at the expense of the developing nations.
So Tshepo, then the question that naturally arises from what you've just said is, what's next for the African continent?
I think it's commendable that the developing nations are saying we're looking for a partnership. A partnership that defines the era and the time we are in. If you look about 20 years ago, a lot of textbook theories have been proven wrong. There's a lot that has changed. So what we know is no longer the case in terms of some of the theories that defines the economies, that defines what are the key drivers of economic growth. That has changed. We've seen the emergence of billionaires on the back of technology and digital technologies, particularly in the US. The areas of growth that actually generating billions of rands for business people, that has changed. Technology is now at the center of economic growth. But we've also seen that some of what we believed worked doesn't always work for us as developing nations. So we need to reform and change and assess, see what really works, what is it that we need to keep that defines our partnership with developed nations. And I think that was at the center of the South African presidency of the G20. Let's review the partnership, let's develop it, but within the current context.
And I like that you also touched on the aspect of reforms, because now conversations are steering towards having, some sort of solutions, particularly when we look at reforms on the front of the policy front as well, and some of the conversations that have since followed within the G20 bloc, right? Just how do you envisage that future panning out, particularly when we look at the Gs that converged and the solutions that they proposed, particularly on some of the major points on health, on infrastructure development, and all those other critical aspects?
No, absolutely. The reforms of the multinational development banks, it's very, very important that they are revisited, because they have not worked for developing countries. There's what we call the common framework for debt treatment. That it was before it was the DSSI, which was an instrument that was developed during the COVID outbreak to temporarily give relief to countries that were struggling to service their debt. But there was a temporary measure at the time, and there was a need within the G20 to come up with something permanent that can actually cushion those that are actually struggling to pay to service their debt. And that is why there was an agreement to come up with the common framework for debt treatment. And one of the vocal voice and proponent of that was China. Because China was saying that we have a huge stake of debt on the continent. And we want a framework that will accommodate us and will feel that we are part of it as a very important creditor that we want to be on the table.
Yeah, indeed, and we've seen that happen with the summit. But I must thank you so much for your time and insights. That's Tshepo Mungai, who's SABC News economics editor, joining us here on the platform. Well, sad to let you go at this moment. We've brought you all the conversations as a build-up to this moment. We've brought you those reflections as well on the sidelines as we did a build-up to the G20 Leaders Summit. But most importantly, we brought you conversations and reflections around shared dreams and shared goals under the theme that we've seen for the G20 Leaders Summit of solidarity, equality, and sustainability. So questions continue now to echo across the globe on what's next and what happens after the noise has quietened. For us here at the SABC, it's certainly been a pleasure to bring it all to you as it happens right here on your pop-up channel of choice. But nonetheless, the conversations continue as we embark to give you the latest conversations around the wrap-up of this G20 Leaders Summit. From myself, Mkolisi Masango, thank you so much for being with us. And of course, a major thank you to the team behind the scenes for putting it together for you and making sure that you get the latest conversations around the G20 Summit. Thank you so much for being with us. Do stay tuned to the platform for more info as well as updates from myself and the entire team. Have yourself a spectacular afternoon going forward.
Congratulations for downloading the free for Mahala SABC Plus app. Now let us show you how to navigate and fully maximize your 24/7 on-the-go epic entertainment experience. Registration. Register or log in with your South African cell phone number. The same login details can be used on unlimited multiple household devices. Personalized recommendations. You can create your unique profile, which helps the app to curate what you might enjoy watching next time based on your watch history. Live TV. Live stream SABC 1, SABC 2, S3, SABC Sport, SABC Education, SABC News, and SABC Lehigh, plus occasional pop-up channels in high definition. Catch up. Catch up on missed episodes of your current favorite shows at your own time. In the catch-up section, search and filter by the day and time slot of your favorite shows to easily locate your title. Video on demand. Binge watch box sets or entire seasons of your nostalgic shows, docus, and sport per genre at one go. Your way, at your own pace and time. You can use the voice command feature to search for content or browse through the editor's curated catalogs per genre, most watched, recently added, tops of the week, or retro. Radio and podcasts. Live stream 19 of our radio stations and listen to popular podcasts that cover a variety of topics. Download features. Please note, download features for vodcast and podcasts are currently only available on mobile devices. Website details for more info. Visit sabcplus.com for more user experience details. SABC Plus, still home.
SABC, host broadcaster of the G20 South Africa 2025.
Congratulations for downloading the free for Mahala SABC Plus app. Now let us show you how to navigate and fully maximize your 24/7 on-the-go epic entertainment experience. Registration. Register or log in with your South African cell phone number. The same login details can be used on unlimited multiple household devices. Personalized recommendations. You can create your unique profile, which helps the app to curate what you might enjoy watching next time based on your watch history. Live TV. Live stream SABC 1, SABC 2, S3, SABC Sport, SABC Education, SABC News, and SABC Lehigh, plus occasional pop-up channels in high definition. Catch up. Catch up on missed episodes of your current favorite shows at your own time. In the catch-up section, search and filter by the day and time slot of your favorite shows to easily locate your title. Video on demand. Binge watch box sets or entire seasons of your nostalgic shows, docus, and sport per genre at one go. Your way, at your own pace and time. You can use the voice command feature to search for content or browse through the editor's curated catalogs per genre, most watched, recently added, tops of the week, or retro. Radio and podcasts. Live stream 19 of our radio stations and listen to popular podcasts that cover a variety of topics. Download features. Please note, download features for vodcast and podcasts are currently only available on mobile devices. Website details for more info. Visit sabcplus.com for more user experience details. SABC Plus, still home.
It is the last day of the G20 summit here in South Africa in Johannesburg, a historic event that started yesterday. Now, on the show this afternoon, as we wrap up, we're going to be giving you an update on what transpired here in South Africa post G20. Welcome to SABC News Live right here on SABC Plus. This is our fastest growing app yet. My name is Azaria Khoza, and we are coming to you live and direct from the Nasrec Expo Center in the south of Johannesburg in Soweto, South Africa. Now, on today's show, on this segment, we are going to be talking about youth issues. You know, youth issues, they really formed a very significant part of the G20 meetings. And today, we are going to be putting a spotlight on those issues. But do remember that you can also be part of these discussions. Your views do matter to us. So all you have to do is to head on over to our social media pages and join the discussion by visiting Facebook at SABC News. We are also on X at SABC News. Don't forget to use the following hashtags: hashtag G20 Summit, hashtag G20 South Africa, hashtag SABC News. But I'm not doing this alone. I'm not rolling solo. Kolosa Lubisi is stationed at our Studio 12 in Auckland Park. Kolosa, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Azaria. Definitely you are not rolling solo. And our viewers, of course, are not rolling solo. And I mean, the first historic G20 Leaders Summit is wrapping up today, Azaria. I mean, the summit was officially opened by President Cyril Ramaphosa. We must say that South Africa focused, its presidency under the theme Solidarity, Equality, and Sustainability. President Ramaphosa did announce that the G20 Leaders Summit adopted, the declaration by overwhelming consensus. In case you missed it, let's take a look at what happened. But just to give you context on this declaration, Azaria, and of course our viewers, over the past 2 days, you will understand that the world leaders, committed, to solidarity, equality, and sustainability, throughout this declaration. But the big question is, what does this mean to you as an ordinary South African? Let's take a look at this.
Prioritize issues of inclusive economic growth, industrialization, inequality, unemployment, and security and artificial intelligence. Much of the work of the past year will be presented and considered at this meeting. We commend in particular the G20 at 20 review, which provides a detailed account of the path that this organization has traversed as the G20. It describes both our achievements and our challenges and makes proposals on how we can organize ourselves to be more focused on our core mandate. We welcome the work of the G20 Africa Expert Panel, which was led by South Africa's former Minister of Finance, Mr. Trevor Manuel. The panel argues that African efforts to accelerate productive investment require new global partnerships and strong multilateral cooperation. It calls on the G20 to support this effort by building a global policy framework that unlocks long-term finance and lower costs and investment at scale.
Right, that was our President, Cyril Ramaphosa, and we continue to have, meaningful conversation. I mean, what is G20 without the voice of young people? Someone is joining me in studio, and we are going to be talking about something that is very important. I mean, we do understand that also the youth was represented, throughout the developments of the G20. We did see the Y20, and on that note, joining us in studio is, of course, he is going to introduce himself, but he's coming from an organization, that advocates and amplifies the voices of young people on the ground. Good morning, welcome to SABC News Live. Thank you so much for joining us.
Good afternoon. Yeah, it's a pleasure to be here. My name is Tebogo Motlana, and I come from an organization called Activate Change Drivers, where we're training young people in leadership for public innovation.
Yeah.
So it's basically our duty as an organization to follow on events such as the G20, of which most of our activators from all 9 provinces attended, and some of them were part of the Y20. Some of them, they attended the likes of the side events like the UNDP side event, which celebrated children. And for us, that on its own, talking about children with children, talking about youth with youth, it's what matters the most.
Beautiful. And I mean, over the past 2 days, I mean, we've seen world leaders commit to solidarity, equality, and sustainability. And I mean, from your perspective as a youth activist, I mean, looking at all the issues that were discussed, do you feel that, I mean, they reflect the lived realities of young people from Tsakane, Soweto, the rural areas?
For me, the issues are there on 100th floor, if I may say. It's a top-down approach and not necessarily an approach where you hear the voices of the people first on the ground to say what is it that they want. Because some of these issues that were spoken of are issues that affect people on the ground, but you'd be surprised that the integrated development plan on the ground, at what level, does not speak to those issues. So how do we then come up with a plan of action or a program of sort that says we need to get these issues translated to the ground. They need to trickle down to the ground where the people are. Because I want to believe that for as much as we have ministers, deputy ministers, the president himself, they all hail from communities. We all come from communities. And if we're going to talk to communities without the communities, it means that it's not inclusive, all-inclusive. So for me, it should have been, because it's a social agenda, basically. So it needs to speak with the people
Yeah, and some of the key aspects that were discussed, I mean, during the G20 was climate change that is affecting, especially, you know, on countries that are mostly distressed. It was also, I mean, the issue of solidarity, because, I mean, the UN Secretary General did mention that, you know, Africa has suffered centuries of colonization and that it should not be sidelined. I mean, for Africa and South Africa to host such an event of this magnitude, I mean, it's really something that is big. What are some of the key issues that you feel like, I mean, young people in particular really related to as far as the G20 is concerned?
Let me first touch on the climate change issue. The issue of climate change affects us, whether you live in a suburb, whether you live in a township or a rural village. Recently, I saw a post on social media where the kids in the Eastern Cape, in 2025, they don't have enough classrooms. And you can imagine the impact that it has on them, that they have to be outside, outside for them to have lessons. So you can imagine the weather conditions. Sometimes it's when it's raining, because even the rain patterns nowadays, they've changed. It's no longer like the rain as usual where it would just shush you to sleep, but it basically makes you keep you awake because you don't know what is going to happen. So for me, the young people, especially the Y20, they focus a lot on the climate change. They focused a lot on the economy as well, to say youth unemployment. How does these things that you speak about within the G20, like how are these things translating to also in terms of economic impact? How are they, is it going to impact young people on the ground to say, okay, fine, you're talking about climate change. If you say you want to raise money to address the issue of climate change, how does it get to the people on the ground? How does it get to young people so that they can also become part of the change, so that they can also become beneficiaries that are also partnering with whatever institution is going to implement that? Because we hear about climate change, but all the time you hear about it on TV. When you come to your community, no one is saying anything about climate change.
So there's certainly a missing gap as far as the approach is concerned as to how do we break, I mean, these topics, I mean, to young people who may not seem to understand. And part of the issues that were also raised during the G20 was artificial intelligence. I mean, we do understand that, I mean, for anyone to become in software development, they have to work in another country and not Africa. And the whole positioning of Africa as far as AI is concerned, I mean, where are we? Are we consumers? We do understand that South Korea will be investing billions of rands into improving our artificial intelligence. But the question is, do we have enough infrastructure? Do we have right connectivity for all of this to thrive?
For me, it takes the government to decide if it wants to advance the people with technology. For instance, in 2020, during COVID, we had a lot of people panicking about 5G coming into communities.
Yeah.
Like, are we really, is our network really 5G? And for me, it's the government that needs to say, we need to bring these things to the people. For instance, if you hear about these billions that are thrown out there to say Asia is going to, or China is going to be investing that much. Currently, as Africans, within the space of technology, we are more of consumers than the initiators or the innovators of these technologies. So it will have to take the government to bring the technology into the continent, into South Africa and various other African countries, so that people can be able to become developers. Young people can be able to see themselves as innovators of these technologies. Because I want to tell you that sometimes, even though a young person who did not study IT or anything that is technology related, they do come up with ideas that will need them to be skilled for them to be able to create what it is that they're thinking in their minds. A lot of our young people in South Africa, they are innovative. I've seen it when we are doing our programs in communities. Our young people there's nodes of hope. Our young people want South Africa to develop. Our young people have innovative ideas. It's just a matter of making sure that the resources that are required to make that reality, they need to be made available. For instance, the example that I can make, typical example, in Tsakane, we have a studio where we have 3D printing, but that thing has been locked for the past 5 years. So does it mean that, is it for the people, or is it for someone who works in a municipality that has to say, here it is, come and access it? Because if the doors are locked, it means that it's inaccessible. And it's not working. And I mean the G20, has been focusing a lot on leaving no one behind. Yes. But if we have, an unemployment rate of young people sitting at 46%, and we have such hubs that you are saying that in Tsakane, that they are closed, what needs to happen? How do we translate these panel discussions into real opportunities for young people? Tebogo, I'm going to hold it there for now. Thank you so much for joining us, and for advocating and amplifying the voices of young people, because what is G20 without young people? Right, Azaria, I'm going to cross over to you. We continue to have meaningful discussions because, the question is beyond, this G20, what does this mean for ordinary South Africans? Azaria, let me cross over to you.
That's a very important question, Colossa, that we get to ask young people. What is going to be the legacy of the G20 after the delegations have departed, after all the heads of states have went back to their countries of origin? How are young people going to benefit from this right here in South Africa? That's a very insightful conversation that you were having with Tebogo right there, who is a youth activist. But right now, we're still going to continue with insightful discussions. Right now, I am joined by Angela Minyi-Ho, who is a senior researcher with the G20 Research Group and former Youth 20 head delegate and negotiator. Angela, welcome to the show.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
I just want us to speak about, we know that the theme of this G20 summit is equality, solidarity, and sustainability. And yesterday we saw the adoption of the declaration. What does this mean for young people all over the world?
Thank you again for having me on your show, Azaria. Yeah. It's a real pleasure to be here and to witness that the G20 heads of state were able to reach consensus, especially at such a timely moment where multilateralism seems to be in evolution and in flux, as well as the importance of these themes to young people today. Sustainability, equity, solidarity really underpin the future that young people want for our world, and it's very empowering to see the world's most powerful heads of state speak to this theme.
All right, so we've been saying the entire week as a build-up to this very monumentous event that this is just a culmination of work that has been done over the past 8 months or so. And I do understand that there were dialogues with Y20 where young people from all different parts of the world converged in South Africa to speak about global issues, global climate change, the issues of sustainability and economic growth and business as well within us as young people. But unfortunately, there was no communique, which means they did not reach a consensus. Talk to us a bit more about that.
It was unfortunate indeed, and I think I speak on behalf of the entire Y20 community when I say this is a regrettable outcome. I think it's a missed opportunity for the Y20 community and youth representatives from G20 countries to present their views and inform the Leaders' Declaration that was adopted here in Johannesburg this week. As you may know, there were 4 priority themes designated by the South African presidency for the Y20. It includes climate change and sustainability, meaning the planet we inherit as the next generation, the dawn of artificial intelligence and the effect this has on our economies, the future of work and employment, decent work for young people, and fourth, the evolving multilateralism landscape, which again has such an impact in global governance and also for the generations to come. However, unfortunately, we were not able to reach a consensus and adopt a communique, and this is the first time this has happened since the Y20's inception in 2011. So I think this saddens the youth community that are watching this space and hoping that their policy recommendations and the results of their months of research and consultations will feed into the G20's discussions.
How then do we move forward and build on the discussions that were had at the Y20 if there was no communique? How then, because I do understand that the communique lays a foundation for the next presidency, right? Then how then do we build up from that if we did not reach consensus with the rest of the world?
Absolutely. Yeah. I hope that this experience from the Y20 2025 can be a lesson learned rather than a precedent. Yeah. Because as I was mentioning, it's not usual that a communique was not adopted. But in the next year, as we look into the US's presidency of the G20 in 2026, we hope that young representatives, youth activists will remain encouraged and still come to the table with rigorous consultations of their domestic constituencies, with expert knowledge and also with their unique lived experiences as young people. And hope that next year we'll have an opportunity to influence the outcomes at the ministerial or at the head of state level in the G20, because we really have a unique voice and an important role to play.
Yeah. Speaking of an important role to play, how important is it for youth involvement? How important is it for youth to be involved in decision making and policy making? As you've said earlier on, you did reiterate that the decisions that are taken right now are going to affect us in the future. Now, why is it important for us to involve the youth in policy making?
I think having youth voices in policy spaces is absolutely vital. Yeah. For one, Africa is the youngest continent in the world today, and we have a vibrant, thriving, emerging workforce that will be future contributors and engines of economic growth. But also, youth have unique lived perspectives as well as professional expertise that come with their age and their experiences in this world. Yeah. I may even say, Azaria, it's not easy being a young person these days because we're facing these structural, systemic challenges that we see in the world, and we are the ones who will inherit the space. So having youth voices, youth priorities represented at the table is not only a symbolic move, it's a substantive source of expertise as well as a way to make sure that policymaking reflects the diversity of our society and the voices of the people who they serve.
Speaking of the diversity of our society, would you say that our diversity played a part in us not reaching a consensus during the Y20? Because I do understand that as different countries, we have our own different priorities. Like here in South Africa, we have an unemployment rate of about 46%, which is staggering. And the youth from Argentina or the youth from USA or China might not be experiencing that. So that wouldn't be a priority to them. Would you say that our diversity plays a role in us not reaching a consensus during the Y20?
It's a very interesting observation. I would say that diversity, if not properly harnessed, can become a disadvantage, as you mentioned. However, I also find diversity in strength and in the respective representation of youth delegates. I completely understand that there are national circumstances and local specificities that come into play, but as a former Y20 negotiator myself, when I was a delegate on behalf of Canada, I actually found that the challenges youth faced across the world were strikingly similar. And the demands and the hopes and aspirations, we have much more in common than we think. So I think there needs to be a balance that is straddled between diversity as well as a shared cross-cutting approach to many of these issues. And I would hope that the future Y20 presidencies would reflect that. I would also say one more thing, which is, as a former negotiator, I also noticed that a lot of the solutions youth were developing were rooted in this cross-border dialogue. In fact, I would say the young generation is one of the most savvy when it comes to cross-border exchange of ideas. And that's also an advantage that we bring to the community of policy that is being discussed at the head of state level.
All right, so I'm very, very curious right now. As a negotiator, what really happens? What takes place behind closed doors, especially when you go through these negotiations? Because you've been part of the delegation from Canada, right? I want you to talk me through some of the key points. What are your duties when you are a negotiator for a country?
Absolutely. So the fundamental duty as a youth delegate is to represent the views of your country's youth at the Y20 table. So the process begins with a selection and, of course, recruitment process. And once the youth delegates are chosen, they need to survey the youth in their countries. What are their priorities? What are their concerns? And to bring these ideas into a consensus negotiation, just like the G20 leaders do, we sit down with a document and we parse through word for word how we can use communique language to present these policy recommendations to G20 leaders. And like you said, in the closed door rooms, it's a intense, difficult, process of compromise and trying to find a consensus where sometimes there may be very thin lines of agreement owing to the diversity you were just discussing. So we spend about a week together in person in the host country. And of course, this is an opportunity also to straddle some of the host country's priorities as well as the perspectives of youth. But as an official observer group of the G20, the Y20 is not meant to be a representative of the state. And this is something something I'd like to emphasize, which is we really are bringing the voices of young people around the world, civil society voices, as opposed to the views of our government.
Yeah. All right. Before I let you go, there's a question that I really want to get across and just ask you. We have seen a lot of youth revolts taking place around the world. I mean, in Morocco, in Nepal, in Madagascar, you know, where young people are finally uniting and amplifying their voices and revolting against, you know, the government, because sometimes young people feel like they're not being heard. Do you think that the youth at this point in time, this is the high time for them to use their voices? Yeah.
I think that youth need to bring their voices using the tools and the strength that they bring.
Yeah.
Sometimes that may be, as you mentioned, in a form of activism or in an active resistance.
Yeah.
Sometimes it is showing up in these policy spaces and negotiating documents. And I think young people around the world do feel a sense of our voices need to be heard. And sometimes we are dismissed as complaining or not experienced enough.
Yeah.
And I think this perception ultimately harms the policy-making process because it excludes certain voices that are very important to have in our discussions. So in my view, youth should definitely get engaged, get involved, but choose the tool that works best for you and that best suits your skill set.
All right, beautiful. Thank you so much, Angela, for joining us right here on SABC News Live. Well, we're still having an in-depth conversation about how the youth is finally using their voices to change the world. Right now, let's head back to our Studio 12 in Auckland Park. Colossa is standing by. Colossa, over to you.
A very interesting and a very insightful conversation that you had there, Azaria. And I was just shocked to find out that when we look at the youth unemployment rate in South Korea, it's only sitting at 2.2%, which is so low. I mean, here in the country, we are sitting at 46%. The big question is, as South Africa, are we ready to make these long-term commitments to ensure that our young people, you know, are on the forefront when it comes to job employment? But we're going to wrap it there for now. When we move on, the Minister of the Presidency, Khumbudzo Ntshavheni, answering questions about U.S. President Donald Trump's spokesperson criticizing President Cyril Ramaphosa. Let's take a look.
We are bigger than that. We are bigger than that. And President Ramaphosa has demonstrated to the world that he's a leader amongst leaders. He's gotten this G20 summit to be successful. Brazil had to concede that they innovated the social summit, but we did one better to them. And there's consensus in all the things that are being retabled. We've pushed the African agenda to the top. If it was not because of the sterling leadership of President Ramaphosa, we will not be here. And the other commentary, why should we elevate nothing?
Okay, thank you so much. That was Khumbudzo Ntshavheni speaking, you know, about the criticism, you know, that came after the declaration. You will understand that the country of Argentina, you know, did oppose the declaration, but other countries seems to be, you know, they actually seem to be uniting behind this declaration. This declaration, you know, came even after the U.S., you know, did not make any attendance at the G20. I mean, this goes to show that amid the geopolitical, you know, tension around the U.S. and South Africa, you know, Africa was able to stand its ground. And I mean, as President Cyril Ramaphosa described it, you know, he did say that it's quite a significant, you know, victory for South Africa. Right about now, we're going to cross over to Azaria. Azaria, what's the latest?
Thank you so much, Colossa. Well, I think AI really is going to play a crucial role, especially in creating jobs. But there are the people out there who are a bit skeptical about the world of AI. People are saying that AI is just here to replace people's jobs. But we are going to speak to some of the experts right here in studio so that they can help us dissect this question and the topic furthermore. But to dissect the declaration furthermore, a lot of countries, they were asked to ensure safe AI developments, to ensure on developing AI talent and infrastructure in Africa. Now, to dissect this further, I am joined by Sunil Genis, who is an AI diplomacy advocate. Welcome, sir, to the show. Welcome.
Thank you, Azaria. Thanks for having us.
Thank
disasters know no borders, but their toll is heaviest on those without the means to recover and to rebuild. We therefore called on G20 leaders to urge the global community to scale up post-disaster reconstruction. In this regard, South Africa introduced the high-level voluntary principles for investing in disaster risk reduction and encouraged international collaboration to strengthen investment in preventing and responding to disasters. We've made progress in mobilizing finance for a just energy transition. Climate change touches every nation, but it impacts on everyone unevenly. That is why we have together pledged to increase the quality and the quantity of climate finance to developing economies, to strengthen multilateral development banks, to support country platforms like the Just Energy Transition Partnership, and to unlock private capital. We reaffirmed our dedication to energy security, affordability and universal access, and the importance of supporting developing economies in their transition to low carbon emissions. We recognize the need for deep, rapid, and sustained reductions in greenhouse gas emissions and the need to substantially scale up investment and climate finance from all sources. During this summit, we reaffirmed our support for the G20 Critical Minerals Framework, a cooperative blueprint to ensure that critical minerals resources drive prosperity and sustainable development across the globe. Our presidency coincided with the end of the first cycle of the G20 presidencies. Following the mandate given to our presidency at the 2024 Rio de Janeiro summit, we undertook the G20 at 20 review, drawing on the diverse perspectives of participating members and guest countries as well. It is our hope that the recommendations of the review will serve as a helpful guide for the G20 to ensure that it remains fit for purpose in an ever-changing world. In fact, the indicative report already says that the G20's existence should continue as it serves a good purpose in giving guidance to the economic well-being of the world. At the heart of our presidency lies a conviction that the G20 must act boldly and act together to create an environment of inclusive growth, an environment of reduced inequality, an environment which will support sustainable development. South Africa has used this presidency to place the priorities of Africa and the Global South firmly at the heart of the G20 agenda. Building on the developmental agenda of previous presidencies in Indonesia, in India, and Brazil, we have prioritized the issues that matter most to developing economies. And in executing our task as the G20 president, we learned a lot from what Indonesia did, what India did, and what Brazil did. So in many ways, what we see having unfolded here was based on the foundations that those three countries of the Global South put in place. The G20 South Africa Summit Leaders' Declaration is more than words. It is a commitment to concrete actions that will improve the lives of people in every part of the world. Our agreement on a declaration during this summit demonstrates the value of the G20 as a forum that can facilitate joint action on issues of shared concern. Shared concern not only for the leaders, but shared concern for the peoples of the world. More than that, it reaffirms our renewed commitment to multilateral cooperation and our recognition that our shared goals outweigh our differences. Together, we must accelerate progress towards the 2030 Sustainable Development Goals of the United Nations and the Pact for the Future. We have laid the foundation of solidarity. Now we must build the walls of justice and the roof of prosperity. Let us move forward together, demonstrating to the world that we do have the capacity to confront and overcome the world's challenges. Through partnerships across society and by remembering our common humanity, we can create a more secure, a more just, and a more prosperous world. And together, we can ensure that no one is left behind. I now say that this gavel of this G20 summit formally closes this summit and now moves on to the next president of the G20, which is the United States, where we shall see each other again next year. The summit is therefore closed.
Where's the United States?
They're not here.
That is President Cyril Ramaphosa officially closing the G20 summit. You know, leaders have emphasized the importance of accelerating progress towards the 2030 agenda for sustainable development, ensuring that no one is left behind. The theme for this year of South Africa of the G20 presidency was, of course, solidarity, equality, and sustainability. It reflects the need for collective action to address global challenges. He spoke about the number of things, also ensuring that, you know what, authenticity and transparency, you know, is truly needed amongst the leaders. They should be genuine, honest, and open to their interactions. It's all happening at the Nasrec Expo Center. For now, I'm going to cross over to my colleague, Azaria Koza, who is standing by.
Certainly, Colossa, I can tell you that the mood has changed here at the Nasrec Expo Center. People are singing, people are emulating. It's all joyous right now because President Cyril Ramaphosa just officially closed the G20 summit that was held for the first time right here on African soil. And there are very important key notes that we can take from his speech. He spoke a bit about disaster management and saying that disasters know no border. They spare no country. So therefore, all the countries under G20 must work together in order to upscale collaboration when it comes to disaster management. He also spoke about the fact that the G20 summit should continue as it plays a very important role in economic development. But to help me unpack this, I am joined by Dr. Oscar. Doctor, welcome to the studio.
Thanks for having me.
People are singing, people are happy. What do you make of our president's remarks?
No, I think it's very understandable why people are happy. South Africans, Africa is happy.
Yeah.
A very successful G20,
Yeah.
the first on the African continent. And I think the leadership of President Ramaphosa has really shown us that not only can we host these big events, can we welcome these leaders from all over the world, but we can also overcome adversity.
Yeah.
As you know,
Yeah.
we have to mention the fact that someone out there tried to put a dampener on this G20 and it just wasn't successful.
Yeah, not only it was just successful, but it was eventful as well, as you just alluded to the fact that there are other people that really tried to dampen the mood. Talk me through that. You know, how did we make it out of that situation, and why is it critical for South Africa? Why was it critical for South Africa to stand its ground during this point in time?
You know, Azaria, within diplomacy,
Yeah.
there are a set of rules. And the diplomats understand these rules.
Yeah.
Me and you might not know them. You operate in a particular way, you interact in a particular way. Titles are important within the diplomatic corps.
Yeah.
And so, you know, people might say there wasn't a proper handover. Well, there wasn't a proper handover because Trump insulted the presidency of the G20 by sending a charge d'affaires, which is not even at the level of an ambassador, a junior official,
Yeah.
to come and take the gavel that President Ramaphosa just hit and closed the ceremony with. And the president will have none of it, because in diplomacy, in the diplomatic corps, that's an insult. A president must meet a president,
Yeah.
a deputy minister must meet a deputy minister, and so on and so forth. You don't send a junior official. And so DIRCO has rightfully decided they wanted a spectacle, America, take it away from the cameras. Tomorrow at the DIRCO head office in Pretoria, that junior official will be met with an equal official in DIRCO to get that handover.
Yeah.
And so to answer your question is, we survived and we managed this thing as South Africa because we acted within the rules.
Yeah.
And we kept our dignity. We treated everyone with mutual respect. And that's why you see the admiration that President Ramaphosa is getting with all the world leaders, congratulating him, giving him a hug, showing their open support. And they know those visuals are going to be front and center in the Oval Office.
Because all eyes are on South Africa right now. But I also want to know, since now we didn't see the handover happening, right? We had a conversation with Mr. Baloyi, who's the spokesperson of SA government yesterday, and he did mention the fact that if they send a junior person, well, the junior person is also going to meet a junior person from South Africa. Is that going to happen behind closed doors, probably at the embassy, or is it something that's still going to take place?
No, it's already been arranged.
Yeah?
It is happening at the OR Tambo building, which is the head office of the Department of International Relations and Cooperation. I don't even think Minister Lamola will be there. They have already, I'm sure, told the relevant junior official from DIRCO, please do this. And I think what will happen is, after it is done, there will probably be a very small communique to say we've officially handed over the very best to America. See you in Miami.
So this is tit for tat type
It's
of
tit for
situation.
tat. It's tit for tat.
Yeah.
I mean, you know, people don't want to say it, Azaria, but Trump wanted to insult the president, wanted to give President Ramaphosa the middle finger by making this gesture. And we didn't fall for it. We said no. We're not going to fall for it.
Yeah.
We are going to meet tit for tat.
Yeah.
And that's what happened.
So this is tit for tat. But, you know, with the Troika system, I want us to speak to the level of the people that are watching us. You know, an ordinary person watching this to Mqanduli, wherever in the Eastern Cape or Limpopo. Let us make them understand, how does this affect the next G20 summit that's going to be held in the US of A? You know, not us having a proper handover to the USA. How does that affect the transition and the future prospects of the G20 summit?
Look, the truth of the matter is the handing over is a symbolic thing. The meat and the gist of the matter happened over the last 2 days.
Yeah.
And as President Ramaphosa said many a times, if you want to be part of change, if you want to effect change, you have to be inside the tent. You can't be screaming from outside.
Yeah.
So it's their loss.
Yeah.
Of course, the next presidency of the G20 will set their own agenda. They'll have a theme.
Yeah.
already we know that the Americans have indicated that they don't agree with issues of equality, with issues of solidarity. They do, as far as Trump is concerned, climate change is a hoax. So I think South Africa is going to do the right thing.
Yeah.
It's going to prepare the report, the declaration, formally hand it over. What President Trump decides to do with it is his baby.
Yeah.
What is important is that the leaders that were here have agreed on those issues and is going to pursue those issues, one, through policy, and two, through practice. That's the commitment they've made to this presidency of the G20 of South Africa. And I think President Ramaphosa has pulled it together very nicely by saying the last 4 G20s is been the cycle of the global south, starting from Indonesia, then it went to India, Brazil, and now South Africa is pulling it together, concluding. The global north knows what we want. We've made it very clear. There's an interaction between us. If one or two wants to be outside of that, that is their choice.
Okay, now let's speak in depth of what Ramaphosa just said right now a couple of minutes ago. He said that the G20 summit should continue because it plays a vital role in economic development. What do you make of that?
Look, there's rumors. You know, we must be clear.
Yeah.
We know that the Trump administration is anti-multilateralism. They've withdrawn from UNESCO. They've withdrawn from the World Health Organization.
Yeah.
They've withdrawn from the Paris Accord on climate change. They've taken the ICC by boycott and sanctions. They don't like multilateral organizations. Why should they like the G20? That's why they said we have a problem with G100. And the president decided to say, what we wanted to be a G1 million. You know, we must invite as many people in. You can't take away from the fact that we are talking of the 20 largest economies. No one can take that away from them. Why would you want to say they need to be looking inward? The Europeans are very clear. They looked at this, they realized the importance of Africa, they realized that there's 60% arable land, there's 30% critical minerals, it's a young continent, labor is there, and so on. It's a no-brainer. Why Trump decides to be isolationist, he needs to deal with that. The world is moving on. And I think the message that came out for me, from everyone, you listen to them very carefully, they all said the same thing. We have to do it together. Otherwise, it can't be solved.
You know, I also posed this question to one of our correspondents yesterday, the fact that Mr. Ramaphosa also went to other countries that are within the G7 to lobby them into this whole declaration thing. And I was just wondering, isn't it going to create a tension between the G7 countries now that USA is deemed like an outcast now all of a sudden? Isn't it going to create a tension between the G7 countries?
It's already a tension. This is the nice thing. It's already a tension because of Donald Trump. He invited them, if you remember, with the Alaska Putin summit. They were sitting like school children. He's the teacher behind the desk, lecturing them and so on. He embarrassed Keir Starmer. He embarrassed the Australian Prime Minister. He took issue with Macron and so on and so forth. So, you know, people don't want to say it usually, and there isn't, unfortunately, an appropriate English word for it. But I think what we saw here from the G7 leaders themselves, even though they won't say it, is that they are gatful.
Yeah. Okay, so I want us to speak about collaboration. How do we then implement all the things that were spoken about here into real action that will benefit ordinary people in India, in Brazil, the global south, and South Africa as well? How do we then work together in collaboration with other countries within the G20, the EU and the AU to make sure that all of this becomes action at the end of the day?
Two things. The one is about leadership. You need to follow through. The Ramaphosa knows this is not where it ends. If he wants to continue with this legacy of this G20, he's going to have to keep people on their toes. He's going to continue to have to knock on the doors. He's going to have to get the money to make it happen. That's the first thing. So it's about leadership. The second thing is, I haven't done it as an academic yet, but I think it's important that we take those 4 G20s from Indonesia and we begin to say, what is it that the commitments were and how is it actually translated into actionable things for real people on the ground? I think that kind of study over the next 4 or 5 years will tell us whether it's a paper exercise or whether there's actually real tangible things that come out of the G20.
Yeah. So also, Mr. President Cyril Ramaphosa mentioned the fact that SA used this G20 summit to table the issues of Africa, you know, in the global agenda. I want you to talk me through the importance of that, because I do understand that this was the first G20 summit to be held in Africa.
Very significant.
Yeah.
You know, from the beginning, the South Africans made it clear that even though South Africa is the presidency, they are putting Africa on the agenda. Yeah. And they really walked the talk, as they say. If you look at the final declaration of this G20, Africa is mentioned 52 times in that declaration. Yeah. It's clearly about Africa. I think there's no illusion that the 4 thematic areas directly speaks to the countries in Africa, including other developing economies, of course, in the global south, but mainly to Africa. Debt relief, disaster management, critical minerals, and of course, climate.
Yeah, yeah. And I guess that there is so much potential within Africa, because Mr. Cyril Ramaphosa yesterday did mention that there's always something new in Africa. I mean, we have the natural resources, we have the mineral resources, we have the youngest population in Africa as well. So Africa will play a very crucial role in making sure that the world propels forward.
But I must just add, it will only happen if the leaders of Africa come together and speak with one voice and have one vision. Yeah. Because if not, then it's doomed.
Yeah. All right, thank you so much, Dr. Osa, for joining us right here on the show. Well, there's a lot that's happening right now here at the Nasrec Expo Center. But now I am joined, I'm about to cross over to the floor, because Kamva, one of our journalists, is joined by Brigadier Atlenda Mate, who's a spokesperson for the national, the SAAPS. Remember that more than 3,500 SAAPS men in blue are deployed right here within the vicinity of Nasrec. Kamva, over to you.
Deputy President Mashatile was in our country.
Güney Afrika Cumhuriyeti ile hem hükümetler düzeyinde hem de ANC ile AK Partimiz arasında artan diyalog ve temasları önemsiyoruz.
We attach great importance to the growing dialogue and engagement between our governments, as well as between the ANC and our AK Party.
Türkiye olarak önümüzdeki dönemde de bu ivmeyi güçlendirerek devam ettirmek arzusundayız.
Turkey is determined to strengthen this positive momentum in the coming period.
Şurası bir gerçek ki Güney Afrika Cumhuriyeti'nin Sayın Nelson Mandela liderliğinde ırkçı apartheid rejimine karşı zaferi tüm dünyada adalet ve eşitlik arayışının en güçlü sembollerinden biri olmuştur.
It is an undeniable fact that the victory of the Republic of South Africa under the leadership of Nelson Mandela over the apartheid regime has become one of the strongest symbols of the global quest for justice and equality.
Güney Afrika'nın Filistin davasına yıllardır verdiği ilkeli ve sarsılmaz desteği bu bakımdan çok kıymetli buluyorum.
And in this context, I greatly value South Africa's principled and unwavering support for the Palestinian cause over the years.
Özellikle çoğu çocuk, kadın ve sivil 70 bin Filistinlinin şehit edildiği Gazze soykırımında Güney Afrika örnek bir duruş sergiledi.
In particular, during the genocide in Gaza, where 70,000 Palestinians, most of them children, women, and civilians were massacred, South Africa displayed exemplary resolve.
Tüm dünyanın gözleri önünde Gazze'de insanlığa karşı suç işlenirken, tıpkı Türk milleti gibi Güney Afrikalı dostlarımız da vahşete sırtını dönmedi.
As crimes against humanity were committed in Gaza before the eyes of the world, our South African friends, like the Turkish people, did not turn their backs on this brutality.
Uluslararası Adalet Divanı'nda İsrail aleyhine açtıkları soykırım davasıyla yürekli bir tavır takınan Güney Afrika Devleti'ni, toplumunu, yöneticilerini tebrik ediyor ülkem ve milletim adına saygıyla selamlıyorum.
I commend the South African state, its people, and its leaders who courageously filed a genocide case against Israel at the International Court of Justice, and I salute them on behalf of my nation, my people.
Türkiye olarak biz de kimseden çekinmeden Filistin davasına çok güçlü biçimde sahip çıktık. Her platformda Gazze'li mazlumların hak ve hukukunu cesaretle savunduk.
Turkey too has fearlessly stood by the Palestinian cause, defending the rights of the oppressed people of Gaza at every platform.
103 bin tonu aşan insani yardımlarımızla Gazze'li kardeşlerimizin yanında olduk.
With over 103,000 tons of humanitarian assistance, we have supported our Palestinian brothers and sisters.
Şimdi bildiğiniz gibi bizim de katkılarımızla bir ateşkes sağlandı.
As you know, a ceasefire has now been achieved also with our contributions among others.
Biz çatışma ortamına tekrar dönülmemesi için üzerimize ne düşüyorsa yapıyoruz.
We spare no efforts to prevent a return to conflict again.
Gazze'de yaşanan yıkımın neticelerinin mümkün mertebe hafifletilmesinin küresel bir sorumluluk olduğunu vurguladım. İnsani yardımlar ve yeniden imara destek istedim.
And during our summit, I emphasized that mitigating the consequences of the destruction in Gaza is a global responsibility, and I called for humanitarian aid and support for reconstruction.
Tabii bu noktada sağlanan ateşkesin devamını temin ederken kalıcı çözüm için iki devletli formülün hayata geçirilmesi büyük önem arz ediyor.
Of course, while ensuring the continuation of the ceasefire, it is of paramount importance to implement the two-state solution for a lasting settlement.
1967 sınırları temelinde başkenti Doğu Kudüs olan özgür bir Filistin devleti kurulmadan küresel barış tam manasıyla sağlanamaz.
A free state of Palestine, based on the 1967 borders with East Jerusalem as its capital, is essential to achieve true global peace.
Mazlum Filistin halkı ile birlikte tüm bölgemizin ve insanlığın barışı, huzuru, güvenliği için bu konudaki ilkeli tutumumuzu muhafaza edeceğiz.
We will continue to uphold our principled stance for the peace, stability and security of both the oppressed Palestinian people and our entire region and humanity.
Değerli basın mensupları, bu yılda G20 faaliyetlerine aktif olarak iştirak ettik. Uluslararası gündeme katkıda bulunmayı sürdürdük. Değerli basın mensupları, bu yılda G20
Distinguished members of the press, as has been the case, this year we actively participated in G20 activities and continued contributing to the international agenda.
Zirve kapsamında yaptığım hitaplarda ülkemizin iklim değişikliğiyle mücadele, yeşil dönüşüm, sürdürülebilir kalkınma ve teknolojik ilerlemelerin kalkınma politikalarına etkisine dair görüşlerimizi aktardım.
In my interventions during the summit, I conveyed our views on climate change, the green transition, sustainable development, and the impact of technological progress on development policies.
Bilhassa en az gelişmiş ülkelerin Birleşmiş Milletler 2030 sürdürülebilir kalkınma hedeflerinde geri kalmaması için ihtiyaç duydukları mali desteğin teminine dikkat çektik.
We particularly highlighted the urgent need to mobilize financial support required by the least developed countries so that they are not left behind in achieving the UN 2030 Sustainable Development Goals.
Zirve vesilesiyle ayrıca G20'nin bugüne kadarki çalışmalarının bir muhasebesini yaptık.
The summit also allowed us to assess the progress made by the G20 so far.
Katılımcı diğer liderlerle ikili görüşmeler gerçekleştirdik. Önemli konularda istişarelerde bulunduk.
I also held bilateral meetings with the other participating leaders and exchanged our views on issues of global concern.
Bu çerçevede dün ve bugün aralarında Avustralya, Kanada, Angola, Etiyopya, Fransa, Brezilya, Malezya, İtalya ve Singapur devlet ve hükümet başkanlarının olduğu birçok liderin yanı sıra Birleşmiş Milletler Genel Sekreteri ve Avrupa Birliği Komisyon Başkanı ve bazı uluslararası kuruluş temsilcileriyle görüşmelerimiz oldu.
In this context, over the past 2 days, I met with many leaders, including those of Australia, Canada, Angola, Ethiopia, France, Brazil, Malaysia, Italy, Singapore, as well as the United Nations Secretary General and the President of the European Commission. And also I met with representatives of other international organizations.
Değerli basın mensupları, G20 birçok farklı ülkeyi bünyesinde barındıran ve temsil niteliği yüksek bir platform olmayı sürdürüyor.
Dear members of the press, the G20 continues to be a platform of broad representation, bringing together many diverse nations.
Ben de 2008 yılından bu yana G20 zirvelerine bizzat katılıyorum.
I have been personally participating in G20 summits since 2008.
G20'nin mevcut ve müstakbel küresel sınamalara karşı uluslararası topluma liderlik etmesi bizler için mühimdir.
It is crucial that the G20 provides leadership to the international community in addressing current and future global challenges.
Bu yılki zirvemizde de kimseyi geride bırakmama şiarının uluslararası toplumun pusulası olması gerektiğini bir kez daha vurguladık.
At this year's summit, we reiterated that the principle of leaving no one behind must serve as the compass of the international community.
Kimsenin geride bırakılmadığı, daha kapsayıcı ve dayanıklı bir küresel ekonomi inşa edilmesi gerekliliğini dile getirdik.
We underscored the need to build a more inclusive and resilient global economy in which no one is left behind.
Uluslararası işbirliğinin ve çok taraflılığın önemini vurguladık.
We stressed the importance of international cooperation and multilateralism.
Bu yıl ayrıca Meksika, Endonezya, Kore Cumhuriyeti ve Avustralya ile birlikte kurduğumuz MIKTA'nın 12. kuruluş yıl dönümünü idrak ediyoruz.
This year also marks the 12th anniversary of MIKTA Group, which we established together with Mexico, Indonesia, the Republic of Korea and Australia.
Zirve vesilesiyle MIKTA liderleri olarak dönem başkanı Kore Cumhuriyeti'nin ev sahipliğinde bir araya geldik. Ortak bir basın açıklaması yayımladık.
On the margins of the summit, the MIKTA leaders convened under the chairmanship of the Republic of Korea and issued a joint press statement.
Basın açıklamasında çok taraflılığa bağlılığımızı yeniden teyit ettik.
And in that statement we reaffirmed our commitment to multilateralism.
Hepsi aynı zamanda G20 üyesi olan MIKTA ülkeleriyle işbirliğimizi önümüzdeki dönemde daha da güçlendireceğiz.
We will further strengthen our cooperation with our MIKTA partners, all of whom are also G20 members, in the forthcoming period.
G20 Johannesburg zirvesi süresince gerçekleştirdiğimiz istişarelerin küresel ekonomik ve siyasi istikrar için hayırlı sonuçlara kapı aralamasını temenni ediyorum.
I hope that the consultations we held throughout the G20 Johannesburg Summit will pave the way for positive outcomes for global economic and political stability.
G20 dönem başkanlığını 1 Aralık 2025 tarihinden itibaren devralacak olan Amerika Birleşik Devletleri'ne şimdiden başarılar diliyorum.
Taking this opportunity, I also wish the success to the United States of America, which will assume the G20 presidency as of the 1st of December 2025.
Sizleri bir kez daha sevgiyle, saygıyla selamlıyorum. Teşekkür ediyorum. Kalın sağlıcakla.
Once again, I greet you all with respect and thank you very much.
after G20, what can you say about Russia? And maybe this is G20 can be better relationships with Turkey and Russia. And what can you say now, Putin?
Teşekkürler. G20 zirvesinden hemen sonra Rusya ile ilgili ne söyleyebilirsiniz? Türkiye-Rusya ilişkilerinden dolayı G20 ve Rusya arasında daha iyi ilişkiler olabilir mi? Ve son olarak Putin ile ilgili neler söyleyebilirsiniz?
Bu hafta içerisinde Sayın Zelenski misafirimdi. Tabii bu arada buradaki ikili görüşmelerde Rusya-Ukrayna savaşını özellikle ele aldık, değerlendirdik ve ne yapabiliriz, nasıl bir barış sağlayabiliriz, bu konular üzerinde ısrarlı bir şekilde durduk. Temennim odur ki barışa giden yolu özellikle Türkiye olarak elimizden ne geliyorsa yapacak ve bu konuda da barış için her türlü seferberliği bizler ilan ettik. İnşallah bunu başaracağız.
Hosting a very successful G20 summit. Erdogan also praised SA for its support on Palestine. But right now in studio we are going to be joined by Atlenda, who is a spokesperson for the SAPS, just to speak to us about some of the logistics when it comes to safety around the vicinity of the G20 and what it took for the SAPS to be able to pull this together. Welcome to the show, Atlenda.
Very good afternoon and thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you so much for joining us. Now, I know very well that there were more than 3,500 men and women in blue that were deployed to keep an eye around the vicinity of Nasrec and Gauteng as a whole, in other parts like Sandton and Rosebank as well, and the OR Tambo International Airport, where all these head of states, you know, make first contact with the country when they get to South Africa. Talk me through the process. How well were you guys prepared for this event?
Well, a lot of planning, coordination went into ensuring that this G20 Leaders Summit takes place in a safe and secure environment. Although I won't refer to numbers, because it is an operational matter. But I can assure you that the numbers that we brought together really yielded the positive results, because this G20 Leaders Summit is concluding today without any incidents. We had adequate and sufficient members to prevent and combat any forms of criminality. As you can see, the area has been safe. No disruptions took place. We did have your speakers' corners, 4 speakers' corners around the venue that we had allocated for protesters. The majority of those that came to protest did so under the confines, within the confines of the law. Only one group was really unruly, which is Dudula, and in that we moved swiftly to contain the situation with our public order policing members when they attempted to actually march towards the venue to disrupt, to block the key route that is utilized by the foreign heads of states, to actually block them from actually accessing the main venue. So 2 people were arrested, a 48-year-old and a 54-year-old man. But in general, everything has gone so well. We are quite proud of what we have accomplished as a security cluster, and we will continue to serve and protect the people of this country.
You know, I also want us to take a few steps back and speak about what happened yesterday, because we did see members of Umkhonto Wesizwe Party protesting outside, and Operation Dudula as well. We also saw a group of Ethiopian nationals that were also out there protesting as well. I know that there were designated areas that were meant for people to go there when they needed to protest, but also our Constitution enshrined the rights for South Africans to protest. How important is it that in such global events, you guys do demarcate spaces for people to hold their processes?
As you are rightly indicating that it's within their constitutional right to air their grievances, to protest, but the same constitution also then outlines and says do so within the ambit of the law. So we do not have an issue with those that want to come and protest and so on, and that's why we'd like to actually thank the majority of them for cooperating with law enforcement agencies. They were really behaving, if I can say. They were really protesting within the ambit of the law. It's just one unruly group which we managed to contain, so we handled the situation quite well.
Let's talk about the two that were arrested. Future prospects, what's going to happen? Is there a bail hearing? Are they still in custody? Talk us through that.
Well, they're still in custody, and they will appear in court on Monday on a charge of public violence, assaulting of a police officer, because while the police were taking charge of the situation, they started throwing objects at police. They started pepper spraying police, obviously hurling all sorts of insult. One particular police officer had to be then taken to a local medical facility for further medical care. We also had then the third charge, which is contravening the court order. You'll recall that there is an order against Dudula that says stop the harassment and intimidation of foreign nationals. So for us trying or attempting to block that route, that key route that is utilized by foreign heads of state and foreign dignitaries, you are contravening the very order that has been set down for you that you must adhere to. So we feel that they were defying that particular court order, and that's why the third charge is then contravention of that particular court order.
Okay, I want us to flip the script a bit, because I know that we are here for the G20, but some of the key things that were spoken about at the G20 are issues affecting women, and we know very well that GBV is very rife in South Africa. On the 21st of November, we saw women across South Africa painting South Africa in black and purple. We saw hundreds of women laying down in commemoration of all the people and all the women that have lost their lives due to the GBV. Are you guys doing enough to try and fight GBV in South Africa?
We are doing all we can. And that is why we have a dedicated unit within the South African Police Service that looks at preventing, combating and investigating incidents of GBVF. It's called the Family Violence, Child Protection and Sexual Offences Investigations Unit. We've got about 176 units across the country. In the last financial year, between April 2024 and I think it was March, 31st of March 2025, 22,000 GBVF perpetrators were arrested. When you look at the first quarter, 99 of them got life sentences. So we are trying our level best to keep perpetrators of GBVF behind bars and so on. But what is of a challenge is that GBVF is a crime that happens behind closed doors, between two people that know each other. And behind closed doors, you can't find a police officer. Police officers are out there on the street preventing and combating crime and so on. So it means it comes back to the family unit, where the close family members must speak out before it's too late against GBVF. They must take the necessary action. The victim themselves must stand up against abuse and report it timelessly, so that we avoid the deaths of many women and children that we are seeing. In South Africa, we do not have a genocide issue of white farmers or anything. We've got an issue of the murder, high rate of murder of women and children in the country. When you look at our stats every quarter, the highest category is women that are being killed. The second highest category is children that are being killed. So that is really a thorn for us, but we are doing all we can with the arrests, with the crime awareness campaigns, with the convictions that we are working closely with the NPA to say, let us consolidate these cases, let us ensure a thorough investigation so that when it gets to court, the case will be able to stand. And that is why we need the support of the community, the family, the household, anyone who knows about this abuse between two people, because in most cases when you look at the stats, the abuse is between intimate partners.
Yeah. All right. Thank you so much, Atlenda Mate, for joining us right here on the show. We hope that you will implement stringent laws so that GBV does go down in the country. But right now, though, we're about to take you back to Honorable Tayyip Erdogan, who is continuing to deliver his speech on the podium right now. Let's go to him.
Planının görüşülmesi ile ilgili acaba bu planın görüşülmesi ihtimali nedir ve hangi şehirde olabilir? Yani Rusya, Ukrayna ve taraflar hangi şehirde bir toplantıda bir araya gelebilir?
Her şeyden önce Zelenski ile geçen hafta Ankara'da bir görüşme yaptığımı söyledim. Yarın da yine telefonla Sayın Putin'le bir görüşmemiz olacak. Ve bu görüşmelerden sonra bizim malum bir tahıl koridoru gayretimiz vardı. Bu tahıl koridoru gayretimiz bizim aslında barışa giden yolu açmak içindi. Gerek Avrupa, gerek Afrika, bütün buralara biz tahıl koridoruyla ulaşalım istedik. Ne yazık ki belli bir yere kadar bu işi başardık ama daha sonra bu devam etmedi. Şimdi yarın yapacağımız görüşmelerde Sayın Putin'den bunu yine rica edeceğim. Bu süreci başlatabilirsek çok hayırlı olur diye düşünüyorum. Yine bu kadar insan tabii öldü. Bu ölümleri durdurabilmek için ne gibi adımlar atarız? Bunları kendisiyle müzakere edeceğim ve bu müzakereden sonra da alacağımız neticeyi gerek Avrupalı, gerek Sayın Trump, gerek diğer dostlarla görüşme fırsatını bulacağımı düşünüyorum ve bu vesileyle sizlere de tekrar teşekkür ediyorum.
As I have mentioned before, last week I have met with Mr. Zelensky in Ankara, and tomorrow I will have a phone conversation with Mr. Putin. And after these talks and deliberations, I will be hoping to revitalize the talks around the corridor of cereal or legumes, if I may call it that. And because we were working very hard on this to establish this corridor, we thought that this would pave the way to peace, combining Europe and Africa and all these countries around a corridor of cereal. And we have grain, corridor of grain.
That is the 12th president of Turkey right on the podium right now. But to help me discuss this further, I am joined by Group Chief Executive Officer Nomsa Chaveli. Nomsa, welcome to SABC News Live.
Good afternoon. I hope you're well.
I'm doing good. It's been such an eventful 2 days. You know, we've also started building up as SABC Plus leading up to this very monumental event. Talk me through about what we have been able to achieve as the SABC.
So as you're aware, SABC is the host broadcaster for the G20 Leaders Summit. And I think what's important is that understanding that this is not our first rodeo when it comes to the G20. We've been there throughout when South Africa was awarded the presidency. Yeah. We've been covering this from a global perspective, and it's been wall-to-wall coverage, and obviously leading up to this weekend itself. So we've deployed across the precinct one of the most comprehensive infrastructure deployments for radio, for TV, for our streaming platform, across the digital, for our digital presence. So this is a very critical one for us because it's not just about broadcasting, but it's about telling the South African and the African story to the world.
Yeah, and I know that here we are, we're speaking English, but SABC made it possible for people to be able to be part of the G20 in their own official South African languages. Why was that important for SABC to diversify the content so that Noma Ubani is able to hear us and understand?
So that's very important because as the SABC, we play a very important role in building a capable state, a capable democratic state. And being a public broadcaster, we are very critical in building resilience in our democracy. And to do that, it means you must inform and you must educate South Africans with their own languages. So what we've done is that we don't just broadcast this in English, because at the end of the day, all South Africans need to understand what does this mean for them, understand the deliberations that have taken place, the developments that have taken place. And we've done that across all South African languages, including sign language, which is very important.
Which is very important.
So if you look at just our presence here, we've got our 5 radio stations from, RSG, which is Afrikaans, Ikwekwezi, we've got Metro FM, catering to young people. We've also got SAFM and Channel Africa, which reaches, the rest of Africa. So that is just, the presence in Nasrec. But what we also have is the rest of our radio stations that broadcast in South African languages. So it was very important for us to distill in those languages to ensure that South Africans have a common understanding and that they are very much aware of what has transpired in this very global gathering and what does it mean to their own lives.
And I know that we have a mandate to educate and inform. Would you say that this is one of those initiatives to make sure that each and everyone is able to be part and parcel of global summits?
Oh, definitely. Public broadcasting is about informing, educating, and entertaining. It's about universal access. It's about ensuring that no one is left behind. So Kokwami, in rural areas, Umamkuluwami, in Soweto, etc., all of them have to be part of this. And it has to be about equitable access. And I really have to emphasize that word, because SABC is the only one that does that. It shouldn't only be those who have the means, who have the access. We have to ensure that all South Africans, Magutiwa, Ibigupi G20, Bekulunywa ngani. All of them need to be able to participate and to be able to answer, because it's been clarified to them. And that's the role that we play as SABC, to ensure that we give that inclusivity, that our platforms are deployed, that all South Africans can participate. They can hear, they can see, they can answer, they can ask questions. And for me, that's what I've been very proud of, that our teams have really been committed to ensuring that they deliver the broadcast to South Africans, but most importantly, to 19 of the countries that are member of G20, to 50 other countries and international news agency. And that's what being a host broadcaster is all about.
And I must say that we really did a good job, even if I have to say that myself. And I want us now to speak about, I know that there were impediments and obstacles, that a lot of people at home have been hearing, especially when it comes to finances in the SABC. Can we ensure people that this is the pace that we are currently setting right now, and we are always going to stay true to them and give them information in their own official languages?
As SABC, we are committed to that. It's also important that the SABC is funded. The SABC carries a very massive public broadcasting obligation in terms of our public mandate. From a commercial perspective, SABC is very profitable, but we take the proceeds in terms of, the revenue out of our commercial activities and fund the public mandate. And the public mandate is a very important mandate, because that's what we're talking about. Being able to be here and deploy this infrastructure is part of the public mandate delivery. So that is a commitment that we have. The SABC has to be funded. We currently have the TV license regime, but we all know that the majority of South Africans don't pay for their TV licenses, So hopefully when South Africans are at home and they're looking at the quality of this broadcast, the role that the SABC has played, over the weekend, throughout the year, in the lead up to this very important summit, that they sit back and realize the criticality of having a healthy public broadcaster in their midst that ensures that they have the access and that they are fully participate in South Africa's democracy.
Nomsa, thank you so much for joining us right here in studio. That was our Group Chief Executive Officer, Nomsa Chaveli. As you know, that we have the mandate to educate and inform the public of South Africa. So make sure that you go out there and download the SABC Plus app so that you become part of our community and stay involved and stay informed. Right now, let's go to a quick ad break. We'll be back. Don't go anywhere.
This is where the story starts and places where others overlook. Ayanda.
We're here every day tracking service delivery failures, protests, the voices behind the headlines.
Indeed, we follow the thread from council chambers to court steps, holding power to every promise and every answer.
From neglected streets to the courts, the agenda holds power to account in real time.
If it's happening,
we're on it, live.
This is The Agenda.
The Agenda, 9 a.m. to 12 p.m. only on the SABC News Channel and SABC Plus.
That question will be answered. I think,
What's on your mind? We bring in those with the answers to the people who demand them. And most importantly, this is your platform to speak, challenge, and be heard. Thank you so much, Prof, for joining us.
We're expecting the unexpected from the president. Honestly, people feel entitled to know where you are, where you shop.
Of course, the guests that you get an opportunity to engage with. We break down the news. You talk, we all listen. And I'll always give you my take, right here, every Sunday at 7 p.m. on SABC News and SABC Plus.
Catch It's Topical with Blaine Herman. It's Topical, where your voice meets the...
To what extent is the world changing? And what impact does the G20 have in these global shifts? For the first time in the G20's history, South Africa takes the global stage. This isn't just diplomacy. It's destiny. It's your world in motion. Come with me. We are not doing
right here on SABC News Live, right here on SABC Plus. As I said before we went to an ad break, don't forget to remind friends and family to go out there and download this app so that they can also stay involved and informed as well. It's been an eventful weekend. Mr. Mzwandile Mbeje joins us right now to have a conversation about some of the things that have took place over the week. We've been working very hard as the SABC to bring forward all the things that are happening right here at the G20 summit. What do you make of our first G20 to be held on African soil?
Well, thank you very much, and a very good afternoon to the viewers.
Yeah.
This has been really, really amazing.
Yeah.
We saw something that we have never seen. And I'm saying this because I've covered so many of the G20s
before.
So I'm speaking from experience.
Yes.
It's for the first time that I see a gathering at the very start. It tells us that it has adopted the declaration. So remember, the declaration is an outcome of the discussions that would have taken place during the Shepherds meetings, the finance ministers, foreign ministers, and all of those. The fact that right at the beginning, so we were told that these countries which are here are of the same mind, especially as because we are in a situation where the next host has indicated that they're not happy with us. That's why they're not here. I guess they probably thought they may sway the public opinion, but here we are, very successful.
Yeah. Now, we were able to reach consensus, right? And I just want to ask, do you think that the
interesting comment, you know, on our Facebook. And I mean, she said something really funny that, I mean, South Africa is quite a vibe. And what is going to happen from this vibe that we are seeing is that all these leaders, you know, will actually want to stay behind, you know, and have your mukhodus, your kotas, and just visit, you know, all the areas that have those great mukhodus and kotas. So really, I mean, it's really a historical moment, Azaria. Thank you so much for that insightful conversation. We continue to have impactful conversation, and yes, not forgetting young people, because I mean, young people are the future. We still have our youth activist, Tebogo. Tebogo, thank you so much for your patience. I mean, we've witnessed it all. We saw the President Cyril Ramaphosa officially closing off the G20 summit. We've seen other world leaders actually congratulating President, not forgetting the President of Turkey, you know. He spoke about climate finance. He spoke about, you know, the importance of, I mean, all these world leaders unite in ensuring that we have a global economy that is striving and thriving in the country. And earlier on, we spoke about our education system that seems to not be aligned with the world market. Where is the gap?
With the education system, I think our education system does not speak to what the economy wants or the job market is looking for. You're looking at a young person from grade 1 up until grade 12 who would not be able to produce anything after they completed their matric. And nowadays you get children going to school for 7 days. Some of them, they're going to school from Monday to Sunday, others they're going to school from Monday to Saturday. For what? Like, for me, it's mostly political for it to be about the final results, to say we have 98% pass rate or in terms of our matriculants and so on and so forth. But what does it speak to? A pass rate that is going to assist with what? So the education system needs to take a different direction. I think there needs to be a disruption of sort within the education sector where we can get young people, and as and when they conclude or complete their matric, then they have skills that they are able to deploy or employ in anything that they want to pursue. So that it's not a matter of saying you have been to school for 12 years and then you've been carrying these books. The only thing that you can do, you remember that the heart has got the left ventricle and all of that. But how does that speak to your bread and butter issues as a young person? So the education needs to take a different direction and focus on what the job market seeks. For instance, in our communities, we have civil society organizations. We need to have those civil society organizations advocating for an education system that speaks to the job market. And it shouldn't be that the civil society as normal as we know it, because civil society is full of the elderly people. How do you integrate young people into civil society for them to understand the bigger scheme of things, to say if they are part and parcel of development, how are they going to influence the change that they want to see? Because it's different to say you're speaking about young people without young people. So,
and I mean, speaking about that, one of the issues that young people seem to be facing, especially entrepreneurs, is the issue of funding. You will remember that, I mean, when we look at the stats, 90% of the software, I mean, that we use in the country, I'm talking about artificial intelligence tools, they are all imported. And I mean, earlier on, you know, we had a conversation with one of the young people that are actually big on artificial intelligence. I mean, she actually created her own robot that is able, you know, to articulate and speak, you know, all the 11 official languages. But the issue is funding. We do understand that we have ministers and several departments that can actually, you know, make that funding a success. How do we position ourselves as Africa to say that we are not going to be consumers of other countries, but also we will be producers and money will circulate amongst us?
I think it goes back to our communities. For instance, in South Africa, we have the Stokvel market, where Stokvels, they have around 90 billion per annum. So how do we make use of Stokvels as other vehicles of perhaps funding small businesses in their communities, because I'm a big fan of local. The notion that everything has to start from international and trickles down to the communities, I think it needs to change somehow. We need more of how do we then start first in our local communities, and then whatever we decide at our local communities, then we basically send it to our leaders at the top. For example, there's an International Monetary Fund. We fail to see an opportunity in establishing our own local monetary fund, for instance, where when we say we're looking for investments, we shouldn't look for foreign direct investment, but how do we then start first to say, if we are looking for small business funding, how can stokvels in our communities organize themselves in a way that they are able to have the necessary checks and balances when it comes to policies and regulations, so that they can be able to be lenders who are legal, who have the necessary financial service sector certificates and so on.
Tebogo, thank you so much for joining us, and on this very important, insightful discussion. I mean, we cannot speak about G20 and not, speak about young people. And speaking about the G20, we do understand that it's not just a global summit, but we do understand that it's something that has already boosted our economy. And speaking about that, Azaria, as with the Minister of Tourism, Patricia de Lille. Azaria, let me cross over to you.
Remember the question that you asked me earlier on where do we get the best manqina and scopo in town? And Bongiwe also had that question. Well, I think the lady in studio right now will be able to answer us. The Minister of Tourism, Honorable Patricia de Lille, is in studio with me right now. Ma'am, welcome to SABC News Live.
Thank you, it's a great pleasure.
Me and my colleagues have been searching for the best place to find Scopo and Amangina, and I know that other international people out there are also looking for the best places in South Africa right now. What does this mean to the industry of tourism right here in South Africa?
I know South Africans are looking for an after party. Definitely, and it's a well-deserved one.
We've been working
I
hard.
must say, the Leaders Summit is a culmination of 1 year of meetings, over 135 business events, ministerial meetings, working groups, and already tourism has benefited a lot from that. We've seen the first 9 months of 2025, we received 1.1 million visitors to our country, more than what we received in 2024. The other good news too is that the United States of America, in terms of arrivals, has now overtaken the United Kingdom for the first time in the tourism sector.
Wow.
And so despite all the political tensions, despite all the lies about our country, Americans are streaming in to visit our country. So we're very happy, but we must not miss this opportunity. We need to continue to ride on this wave. Tourism is part of the declaration that we adopted yesterday. And already as the G20 ministers, we've agreed on an implementation plan. I don't just want it to be on paper. And from South African side, what we've done in terms of the transformation of our visa system is that we have introduced the electronic travel authorization. And we tested it now with the G20, and immediately it's going to benefit G20 countries. Big source markets like India, China, Indonesia, Mexico, and others will now have a visa system that they can apply online at their homes. Turnaround time less than 72 hours. So it's a big enabler for tourism. And what I'm working on now, if we want to welcome more visitors, we need more flights. And even with the Spanish delegation, I raised the issue, for instance, of getting the flight back maybe between Joburg and Madrid or Barcelona. So those are things that we are doing already together with the private sector.
And, you know, there are other young women out there and men in business, women that are running their small BNBs. A lot of South Africans have been asking, how do ordinary South Africans benefit from this summit?
Oh, from the summit, of course. Now, everybody did get a slice of the pie, put it in that way. We've got a sustainability village here. I don't know if you're able to time to go and visit it. But the Department of Tourism and South African Tourism, we brought in over 50 small, medium enterprises right here at the G20 to sell their goods and also to give them exposure and access to other markets. And we do it with every international conference. We even take SMMEs out of the country to other world trade fairs where we pay for accommodation, for flights, where they can also market their establishments
as well. Now, I know cleanliness and safety, they play a very huge role in attracting visitors from outside the country. And in a couple of weeks, we did see the city of Johannesburg getting cleaned. What do you make of that? Is this going to be our new pace? Are we starting to clean up South Africa right now because we just had this global event? Is this our new pace?
It must stay like that. Because it's one thing to clean up, but it's another thing to keep it clean. And to keep it clean, we need the cooperation of all, a whole of society approach. Government cannot do it alone. So the people that are using the city, they must also contribute. And you see organizations like Josie Majosi and the creative arts, how they've moved in and help to clean it up. From the tourism side, what we are doing is that we grade tourism establishments like guest houses, hotels, and if we do the grading, we help to make your hotel or your guest house to become health and safety compliant, to make it clean and all of that. So it's an ongoing process, but we have to work together. And I would like to come back next weekend to Joburg and see the streets clean like that again.
Because some people were saying...
otherwise it's going to give credence to the belief of South Africans that they were just doing it for the G20.
And people were saying that probably we should have the G20 each and every month on a monthly basis so that the streets of Johannesburg would remain clean. But why is it important for us as South Africans to support domestic tourism? Because sometimes we pride ourselves in going to Bora Bora and these other islands. Why is it important for us to visit Paris and Krugersdorp?
It's very important. But you know, my brother, what happened? After COVID-19, when we were locked in and locked down and we were not allowed to fly out and people were not allowed to fly to South Africa, South Africans begin to discover their own country again. I call it revenge travel. So the bedrock of tourism in South Africa today is domestic tourism. Last year, they contributed 123 billion rand to the economy. But my role is to make sure that it's accessible and affordable. And that is why we're working together with the private sector and we run the Short Left campaign where we ask private sector establishments, they give discounts up to even 50%. So people must visit the website and buy some of those deals. But affordability is one of the things that we are working hard on.
Let's speak about the procurement side of things, because I really want us to open business opportunities for people out there. If I own a small B&B or a small Shisanyama somewhere in Soweto, and I would really like to get into the database of the tourism of Africa so that I can be listed on websites, how do I go about it?
If, for instance, let's take Soweto. Soweto has got its own tourism association. And many of the SMMEs, the guest houses, they all belong to that association. Once a year, they have a Soweto Tourism Expo, where they, show us all the products that's available there. So my advice is contact South African Tourism directly, or even the Soweto Tourism. There's also Satuvitu, which is representing this townships, villages, small dorpies. Become a member of Satuvitu, and they will help you to access all of those opportunities.
All right, thank you so much, ma'am, for joining us right here on SABC Live. Kolosa, Boni Razwane, I hope you guys heard where we can find the best Skopo and Manglina in time. But right now, there's a lot that's happening on the ground. I know that Kamva is standing by for us right now. Kamva, over to you. What's happening on your side?
Thank you so much, Azza. And yes, indeed, we've done the job as the SABC since day one, since ever this G20 conversation has started. We've done the job. We've covered everything that we could. We've written notes. We've interviewed people to be part of the conversation. But right now, next to me, I have the big boss. Now, we want to find out did we really do justice as far as broadcasting the G20 leadership South Africa? For the very first time in Africa, SABC was the main broadcaster. We're trusted for this huge milestone job. Right next to me, I've got Miss Deidre Uren. She is known as Mama D or as D. She is the SABC GE News and Current Affairs. Mama G, thank you so much for joining us on SABC News. How are you today?
It's been a long week, and we really have pulled out all the stops as SABC News and SABC Corporate. So I think at the end of the day, I'm incredibly proud of what we've achieved, bringing the G20 to the world.
So now my first question to you. What are your thoughts? Do you think as the main broadcaster we did justice?
Well, look, there's always pressure on one to deliver, and if you look at the amount of content that we bring out on a daily basis, you'll always have criticism. But as a whole, I think we were objective, we were fair, and we reflected the G20 in a positive way for the country. And one needs to remember that you have to reflect a balanced approach. But I'm incredibly proud of South Africa, that we could host the G20 and that we could actually deliver it in the manner we did to showcase to the world that things can happen in Africa.
Love that, Mama. Things can happen and things are happening in Africa. But now my question would be, the pop-up channel, this is where we are mainly broadcasting on, and other digital platforms, of course. What was happening in your mind when you decided to actually introduce this one, the pop-up channel?
Well, if you look at around the world what's happening, linear TV is something that you watch when you get home, when you're in the comfort of your home. And we all know that the cell phone is now the tool of the youth, and people want news on demand. So what we were trying to envisage is to actually say, well, let's go and have a look at what we can do to bring news to people on the move. So the pop-up channel is something, SABC Live, something that we thought we would try and put together with a youth flavor, lots of youngsters, and to try and develop an audience and say, we can bring you news on the go. And I think it's been a fantastic success, and it definitely is something that the SABC will consider going into the new financial year, that it's something we need to consider on a more permanent basis for all events that are live, because as you know, we have a lot of events every single day that we cover as a news division, one being Senzimia. So maybe we should be bringing it on a more permanent pop-up channel on a daily basis.
Lovely. But now just to put you on the spot just a bit, you did mention that the pop-up channel might be a continuous thing. But are there any perhaps digital ways that you could possibly think of right now, whereas we can be able to broadcast the news to the people?
Well, obviously, the pop-up channel is on SABC Plus, and it's one of the free apps. So people will have access to it. Obviously, the concern is that you need data, but the way South Africa is kind of engaging in that space as a government as well to try and bring data to people. I was on the Gautrain the other day, and I noticed that all Gautrain stations have free Wi-Fi. So we as SABC can leverage on that and actually start saying, well, we now give you accessibility to the news on a platform that's free and available to everybody.
Out of 10, how would you rate now this beautiful coverage done by us as SABC? Out of 10, how much would you give us?
As I said before, I'm a person that strives for excellence. And I always say to people, we're not just going to be good, we're going to be excellent. So I said earlier, the coverage for me was phenomenal, the input from people. You now have to go back and actually do some self-introspection. So I would love to say it was excellent. I hope it was excellent. But you now go and look at the numbers. How many people watched? What did it cost and how did we achieve it? And then based on that, we'll give ourselves, I think, a really good bill of health.
Thank you so much, Mama D. That is beautiful. May the SABC grow further and further under your leadership, of course. Thank you so much. And of course, that was Miss Deidre Uren, known as Mama D or as D. She is the SABC GE News and Current Affairs. And earlier on, Carlos, I did mention something about the leaders wanting to experience some South African culture. We did see that Soweto Gospel Choir is here. Otherwise, now we are going straight to Azaria.
Thank you so much, Kamba. Thank you so much for that very insightful conversation. Right now, we are joined by Dr. Beko in studio. Doctor, welcome to the show.
Thank you so much.
We are closing the G20 summit right now. It's been very, very eventful. What do you make of this first G20 to be held on African soil?
Well, a few things. I mean, one thing that's really important is that I've noticed is that we have been able to instill existing protocols and existing priorities into this particular G20 summit declarations and even the outcomes document that's also been released. So things around agriculture, which link in with AU's work on food resilience, things around digital sovereignty, which also link in with some of the work that UNESCO has been doing around this. Things around, of course, debt relief. Of course, not always felt that is enough at all. Many people have been talking about saying that we should really be talking about debt cancellation in a much more explicit way, especially as African countries, right?
Yeah.
And then there's also been a whole piece around how to reframe multilateralism. So one thing that's encouraging somewhat is that the document also makes reference to the ACFTA, again, some of the work of the African Union coming out, and also links to some of the work around Agenda 2063. So I think that there's a clear stream of continuity here. This is not just some random document that appears at Nazareth.
Yeah. There's been a pushback, you know, there were impediments and obstacles, especially when it comes to geopolitical issues. But then South Africa was very resilient and, you know, we stood our ground. I want you to tell me a bit about how does this strengthen our positioning in global politics?
So the fact that most of the countries sent their heads of delegation, the presidents, the heads of state, is extremely impressive. It's not only a given. Of course, there were 2 or 3 who couldn't be here or were not here for different reasons that we are aware of. Some of them, you know, run the risk of being arrested and so on. And then one, of course, had a tantrum of some kind. But I think that the fact that the rest of them came and sent very senior delegations, even the ones who could, Russia and China in particular, sent their very senior delegates. It also augurs well and continues on the track that South Africa in particular has been on over the last while. So remember that we have taken we're leading the work on trying to reframe international justice through the international courts against Israel. That's a very significant moment. And that has certainly added to the momentum that we are seeing right now. We also know that there are many other events that we're due to be hosting over the next while. And that this also illustrates that not only are we excellent at events diplomacy, but that our voice in the global stage is quite important. And I think that augurs well.
Yeah. All right. Also, I just want you to speak a bit about the future of the G20. Just in closing, are we headed the right direction from here onwards?
I'm not sure what the right direction is. And I think that, you know, for many people, the G20, I'm very critical of it because I do feel that it is potentially one of those other instruments that tries to reinstate and actually consolidate existing power imbalances.
All right. Doctor, thank you so much for joining us right here on SABC News Live. Guys, thank you so much for tuning in right here on the pop-up channel right here on SABC Plus. Thank you so much for joining us. It's been absolutely amazing bringing all the 4-on-1 that's happening right here at the Nasrec Expo Center. My name is Azaria Koza. Have a rest of the evening. Good night.
Right, thank you so much, Azaria Koza. It's been Indeed, an eventful event. Thank you so much to our viewers. We did this, from the very first day until the last day. Indeed, history has been made and the world was watching. We do thank our SABC social media team who ensured that they bring to you these news and they were actually accurate and verified. We are going to be doing this again. And for me, Carol Salubisi and the rest of the SABC News Live, bye-bye.
G20, how are you guys feeling?
Feeling so tired, but a bit of energy. It's coming back.
This will be just so good, I must say. I'm surprisingly good, actually. And I'll tell you why, because of this. And she just drinks apple juice. Not normal. Apple juice, guys. Apple juice. I promise. No, I must say, I think the coverage has been amazing. It's been flowing. It's been fantastic. And yeah, SABC is really blowing the lights out.
Exactly. And as we say, when we come out of flame, we don't blink. That's what we like, knock it out the fox. And we really did. We're not blowing our own horn here, but as they say, you must brag about yourself. And this is something worth bragging. If I had a mic, I'd draw it. Boom!
Hey guys, Goopies. Yes, agents are SABC G20. We are clocking the coverage, clocking the content, the declarations. Stay tuned to SABC News, guys.
Wow. When did it start? Proper broadcast, professional, world class. Proud to be part of the SABC.
Nice experience, though. We have served and always ready to serve. So
SABC News pop-up, clock it.